Chapter 710. Tai Yi agreed with Gu Hai's theory, which was equivalent to the heavens agreeing with Gu Hai's theory as well. Just as Tai Yi was in disbelief, a miserable scream came from the heavenly court. In the distance, Dragon Shenying grabbed Sima Zongheng's head with one hand and pierced through Sima Zongheng's chest with the other. His bloody hand came out from his back, and he was holding Sima Zongheng's crushed heart. Dragon Shenying had just pledged his loyalty to Immortal 6 paths and obtained immortal power. He had been waiting for this moment. When the battle royale started, Dragon Shenying instantly attacked. He instantly pierced through Sima Zongheng's body and crushed it. You. Sima Zongheng spat out blood and looked at Dragon Shenying's hand in disbelief. Sima Zongheng betrayed Long Zhanggua and was rejoicing when he saw that everything was about to be settled. How could he have thought that he would suddenly die? He betrayed Long Zhanggua and was killed by Long Zhanggua's son. Was this retribution? Grand Preceptor Sima, when I was young, you taught me. Unfortunately, what you taught and what you did were two different things. Don't worry, this time, you sacrificed yourself to kill Long Zhanggua. Later, I will take care of all your Sima family members. Dragon Shenying revealed a faint smile. The smile was very gentle, but this gentle gaze made Sima Zongheng suddenly tremble. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his face was filled with infinite horror. No! Boom! Sima Zongheng's head was crushed by Dragon Shenying. In an instant, a large amount of immortal power surged towards Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying, you dare! Long Shenwen's expression changed. Dragon Shenying coldly smiled, why wouldn't I dare? I have already pledged my loyalty to the heavens. I want to redeem myself. I want to become stronger. I want to kill Long Zhanggua. What wrong did I do? My second brother. Dragon Shenying looked at Long Shenwen and revealed a friendly smile. However, this smile made Long Shenwen's heart turn cold. No, your loyalty is fake. You are a spy. You are deceiving the heavens. Long Shenwen cried out and retreated. Deceive? Ha ha ha, you think too much. Do you remember Ao Tianhuang? If I were to lie, then I would have self-detonated like Ao Tianhuang. My body and soul would be destroyed and I would be consigned to eternal damnation. How could I lie? I'm just like Gu Hai, eager to gain merit, my second brother. Long Shenying stepped closer to Long Shenwen. Long Shenwen immediately panicked. Long Shenwen had immortal power, and his strength had increased tremendously. But no matter how much it increased, it was still not as good as Long Shenwen. Dragon Shenying was stronger than Long Shenwen. The stronger one was, the more immortal power one had. More importantly, Dragon Shenying had just killed Sima Zongheng and robbed him of his immortal power. For a moment, Long Shenying was much stronger than Long Shenwen. Now, Long Shenying looked like he wanted to kill Long Shenwen. Seeing this, Long Shenwen was inexplicably terrified. All of a sudden, regret filled his heart. He had betrayed his father and pledged his loyalty to the heavens. Now, was he going to be killed in front of the heavens? No, it shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Long Shenwen cried out in alarm. Dragon Shenying punched out. Boom! Long Shenwen hastily dodged, but was sent flying by Dragon Shenying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Dragon Shenying closed in again, killing intent shooting out from his eyes as if he wanted to avenge Long Zhanggua. That killing intent made Long Shenwen tremble in fear. No, don't, big brother, I'm your second brother, big brother, I'm your second brother, big brother. Long Shenwen cried out in fear. Big brother? Ha, ha ha ha. Dragon Shenying laughed sinisterly. When you betrayed your father, why didn't you think that he was your father and I was your big brother? When you betrayed your father and wanted to kill me, why didn't you think that I was your big brother? Dragon Shenying ignored Long Shenwen and continued his pursuit. On the other side. Tai Chu's heart raced when he heard Tai's words. In the next moment, Tai Chu's expression turned ruthless as he slashed his sword at Kong Xian. Damn you, Tai Chu! Kong Xian's expression changed. With a swish, a wave of peacock feathers slammed into Tai Chu. Boom! Kong Xian was sent flying, his face flushed red. A wound appeared on his body. Tai Yi narrowed his eyes but didn't stop him. Kong Xian glared at him and roared, Tai Chu, you old thing, Gu Hai hurt you, so you went to kill Gu Hai. Why did you hurt me? You're a spy, Long Zhanggua's spy. Of course, I have to kill you first. Tai Chu glared at him. Spy? Are you crazy? Kong Xian glared at him. You killed my son, Yi Hua. You were the one who asked Luya to take away Gu Hai. That day, when Taiwo was fighting against the cosmic star formation, Gu Hai let it slip that you were Long Zhanggua's spy, right? You've been hiding in Solar Divine Shrine. Tai Chu roared. Kong Xian glared at him with bloodshot eyes. You're slandering me. You believe Gu Hai's nonsense? I've never been to Heavenly City. Who killed your son? It's you. Tai Chu stared at Kong Xian. Boom. In the distance, Gu Hai killed a monster king with a single slash. Be careful of Gu Hai. The monster kings exclaimed. In the midst of Gu Hai's slaughter, a large amount of immortal power was quickly plundered by Gu Hai. In the distance, Tai Chu, who was arguing with Kong Xian, suddenly changed his expression. All angels, come over and follow me to kill the spy, Kong Xian. Tai Chu said anxiously. Tai Chu could feel Gu Hai's determination to kill him. Gu Hai was already slightly stronger than him. If he allowed him to obtain more immortal power, wouldn't he? He didn't know what Dong Huang was thinking, but he actually allowed Gu Hai to wreak havoc in Solar Divine Palace. He had to be quick and obtain more immortal power as soon as possible. Yes, true lord. 50 black angels instantly flew in front of Tai Chu. They seemed to want to surround Kong Xian. Tai Chu, you lunatic. Kong Xian glared and tried to escape. After all, Kong Xian's strength was slightly weaker than Tai Chu's. Now, there were still 50 black angels. He had to escape quickly. Get ready, kill. Tai Chu roared. Yes. The group of black angels glared and pounced. The moment the black angels pounced on Kong Xian, Tai Chu suddenly attacked. He didn't attack Kong Xian, but the black angels. Tai Chu stretched out his hand and 50 thin threads suddenly rushed into the heads of the black angels. Explode! Tai Chu roared. Boom! The 50 black angels exploded almost instantly. The moment they exploded, rolling immortal power rushed towards Tai Chu. What? Kong Xian's expression changed. At that moment, Kong Xian suddenly realized that he was too naive before. Originally, he thought that he was already a great demon, a great fiend king. However, today, he discovered that this great demon was nothing before Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not hesitate to kill the women who liked him. In front of Tai Chu, he was nothing. He killed the angels who were loyal to him without hesitation. Was he too merciful? Rumble. The power of Tai Chu's body rose rapidly. The power of the 50 black angels suddenly more than doubled Tai Chu's power. On the other side, Gu Hai was also quickly chasing after the monster kings. His immortal power was also increasing. After killing the 50 angels, Tai Chu's power suddenly rose to the peak. The immortal power around him was even stronger than Gu Hai's. Tai Chu turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai killed another 3 monster kings. His immortal power was rising, but it was still a little weaker than Tai Chu's. Gu Hai. Ha! Tai Chu snorted and took a step forward, charging straight at Gu Hai. Boom! In an instant, Tai Chu's sword collided with Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber. This time, Tai Chu didn't retreat, and Gu Hai took 3 steps back. However, Tai Chu's sword was still a little weaker. It instantly exploded under the life-extinguishing saber. Tai Chu. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Tai Chu said coldly. Treasure, please. Gu Hai suddenly shouted, and 3 bottle gourds flew out from beside him. Rumble. Rolling vines suddenly wrapped around him and Tai Chu. At this moment, the power of the gourds was much stronger than before. Flames followed. In the flames, a golden immortal slaying flying saber instantly shot toward Tai Chu. Gu Hai and Tai Chu fought fiercely. The surrounding monster kings also quickly killed each other. Kong Xian. Tai Yi shouted. Yes, master. Kong Xian immediately answered. Kill them all. You are the person I trust the most. I hope you can get the most immortal power. Tai Yi shouted. Yes. Kong Xian answered and instantly pounced on the monster kings. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavenly realm, it was chaos. Battles broke out everywhere. Tai Yi was refining the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth while looking at 2 people, Gu Hai and Kong Xian. Fushin soup. Gu Hai drank a bowl, Kong Xian also drank a bowl. Tai Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The battles were extremely intense. Gu Hai's treasures were also endless, making Tai Chu depressed for a while. When Kong Xian appeared, green light filled the sky. Peacock plume tore in all directions, and a large number of monster kings were killed. My lord, we're loyal to you. Kong Xian, don't kill me. My lord, save me. This subordinate is loyal to my lord. For a moment, the monster kings were shouting, but Tai Yi ignored them. He allowed Kong Xian to harvest the monster king's immortal power one after another. The monster kings looked at Tai Yi in despair and immediately fled in all directions. Where do you think you are going? Kong Xian immediately chased after them. There was only one battlefield left not far from Tai Yi. It was the battle between Gu Hai and Tai Chu. Zhou Tian Lu. Hong. With a super loud sound, the saber slashed down, but Tai Chu caught it in his hands, strenuously blocking the life-extinguishing saber. Life-extinguishing saber. Good saber. The 3 gourds can only disturb me. Your life-extinguishing saber is the biggest threat. When I take out a treasure, it explodes. When I take out a treasure, it explodes a treasure. Life-extinguishing saber. Heaven's retribution stone. Tai Chu looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Although Tai Chu caught the saber, Gu Hai still used the Zhou Tian Lu's saber aura to slash down. Good saber technique. Unfortunately, your immortal power is not as good as mine now. You can only hold the saber hilt with both hands. If you withdraw your power, I can destroy you instantly. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. The 2 of them stared at each other ferociously. Gu Hai suddenly said in a cold voice, who said I only have 2 hands. As he spoke, Gu Hai's chest suddenly tore open. 2 bones suddenly pierced out of Gu Hai's skin. The 2 bones emerged from Gu Hai's chest and slowly turned into 2 bony palms and 2 bony hands. The bony hands held a blood-red saber. When the saber appeared, a bloody light shot into the sky. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. Slash. The 2 bony hands held the life-extinguishing saber and brazenly stabbed into Tai Chu's chest. Chapter 711. A pair of bony hands suddenly emerged from Gu Hai's chest, grabbing the Life Slayer blade and stabbing it into Tai Chu's chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the Life Slayer blade absorbed it. The Life Slayer blade sucked up half of Tai Chu's blood in an instant. Tai Chu's eyes widened as he watched this scene in disbelief. Pull back and save himself. No, Absolute Beginning's hands were holding Gu Hai's life-slaying saber. If he withdrew his hands, the life-slaying saber would be able to cut him. If he didn't withdraw his hands, the life-slaying saber would tear him apart and drain his blood. When the life-slayer blade entered his body, Tai Chu seemed to see endless blood. A murderous illusion suddenly enveloped Tai Chu. Holy light! Tai Chu shouted. The rolling holy light kept expelling the illusion, but the life-slayer blade was about to tear him apart. Crack! He barely used his muscles to lock the life-slayer blade, but he knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Did this mean that he was about to die? Dong Huang, save me! Tai, save me! Tai Chu screamed in horror. Tai Chu's eyes were filled with regret. Why did he have to kill all the Black Angels? If he had the Black Angels now, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Tai Chu and Gu Hai had both done their best. If someone had saved him, Gu Hai would have been finished. Unfortunately, there was no one. In the distance, near the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Rumble. The chaos furnace of heaven and earth trembled. Oh no! Tai's expression changed. Long Zhanggua seemed to be about to break free. At this time, Tai Chu's roar came from afar. Tai looked over and saw Gu Hai's two blades. It seemed that he was about to put Tai Chu in a desperate situation. However, to Tai, how could Tai Chu's life compare to his? He only wanted Long Zhanggua to die. Tai, I know what you mean. Ha ha ha, spirit-fusing soup. You want to give me up for it? Tai, if you don't save me, I'll die with Gu Hai. Do you believe me? I'll self-destruct. Do you believe me? I'll die with Gu Hai. Do you believe me? You won't be able to get all of it. Tai Chu roared with a ferocious expression. How dare you? Tai roared, glaring. Did Tai Chu guess what he was thinking? I'm going to die. Worst comes to worst, we'll die together. Tai Chu roared. Wait. Tai said anxiously. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven was watching the battlefield, and when it heard Absolute Beginning's words, its eyes became gloomy. Don't worry. In this battle, as long as you are loyal to me, even if you die, I will resurrect all of you. Immortal of the Six Paths suddenly said. The promise of the Immortal of the Six Paths. It doesn't matter if you die, I can revive you. Do not fear death. Tai Chu's expression froze. Did you hear that? Tai roared. Tai, you won't die. Later, Taiwa, you, and the other angels and demon kings will all be revived. Don't do anything stupid. Resurrection. Tai Chu's expression changed. The Immortal of the Six Paths would definitely fulfill his promise. It was easy for him to find the three souls of the dead. All he needed to do was to rebuild his body. He could be resurrected after death. Really? Tai Chu looked up at the sky. What a pity. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. In an instant, the Life Slayer's saber slashed from Tai Chu's chest to his shoulder, as if cutting him in half. No. Tai Chu screamed weakly. The Life Slayer's saber slashed down. Purple light illuminated the world. Boom. Grand Primordium's body suddenly exploded. His body was shattered into pieces, but there was no blood. No one can revive the people I killed. Gu Hai said coldly. Whoosh. A strong wind blew, and Solar Divine Palace's Grand Primordium died. Surging celestial energy immediately surged towards Gu Hai. However, there was no joy in Gu Hai's eyes when he obtained Grand Primordium's celestial energy. Instead, he showed some sorrow. Cheater, father took revenge for you. With reddened eyes, Gu Hai looked elsewhere. Dragon Shenying dragged Long Shenwen to the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace. The officials watched in horror as Dragon Shenying forced Long Shenwen to his knees. He stepped on Long Shenwen's shoulder and forced him to face the chaotic universal furnace in the distance. Big brother, let me go. Let me go. I was wrong. I was wrong. Long Shenwen screamed in horror. Dragon Sheniying sneered and ignored him. He faced the chaotic universal furnace as if he was facing the Long Zhanghua in the furnace. He wanted him to be executed in front of his father. Humph. Dragon Sheniying snorted. The saber slashed at Long Shenwen's head. Father, I was wrong. Long Shenwen screamed in despair. Boom. Long Shenwen's head flew, and blood splattered 100 feet high. Around them, Dragon Sheniying killed all the officials and soldiers who had betrayed the Long Zhanghua. On the other side, Kong Xian killed a large number of monster kings, and the immortal power around him surged. Rumble. Loud sounds came from the furnace. Tai couldn't hold it in any longer. Fu Shen, be subdued by me. Suppress Shen. Tai suddenly roared. Boom. In the distance, Kong Xian trembled. He emitted a dazzling blue light and turned into a towering peacock. Gu Hai hadn't been far from Tai when he killed Tai Chu, so he could still hear Tai's incantation. He suddenly remembered Tai Chu's words. Fu Shen soup. He seemed to have drunk a bowl too. Was Tai going to use the effect of the soup? Gu Hai didn't know what effect it had, but when he saw Kong Xian turn into a peacock and his eyes glowing red, Gu Hai guessed that Kong Xian had also drunk a bowl of Fu Shen soup. After drinking the soup, one's mind and will would be controlled. Ambush? Concealment? The curse hidden in one's body. Back then, Bing Ji had given it to him to drink. However, because of the Life Ender Saber's resistance, he didn't drink it. The second time, Bing Ji had taken the initiative to throw away the spirit-fusing soup. If he also drank the Fu Shen soup, would he? Buzz! Gu Hai immediately released his aura and condensed some red light in his eyes. In the distance, Tai looked at the two of them and sneered. Okay, come to me now. Quick! Whoosh! Gu Hai pretended to be muddle-headed and flew to Tai. On the other side, Kong Xian flapped his wings and approached at an even faster speed. Rumble. The chaotic universe furnace under their feet shook more and more violently. Tai's expression changed. Quick, come here. The moment Gu Hai and Kong Xian got close, Tai's eyes turned vicious. He spat out 2 fire blades from his mouth and aimed at Gu Hai and Kong Xian's foreheads. The fire blades were sharp and seemed to be made of the Grand Sun primordial fire. They seemed to be able to split Kong Xian and Gu Hai in an instant. At that moment, Gu Hai felt a great threat looming over him. Gu Hai swayed his body and dodged. Gu Hai didn't attack Tai and the chaotic universe furnace because he knew that the deity of the 6 paths was watching. If he acted strangely, Gu Hai could kill him instantly. However, dodging Tai's Grand Sun primordial fire blade was nothing. Huh? Tai's expression changed. He looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai dodged but didn't stay out of the way. Instead, he reached out and hit Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian's body was sent flying by Gu Hai. Pfft! Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and regained consciousness. What? You weren't controlled by the spirit-fusing soup. Tai looked at Gu Hai in shock. I didn't drink it at all. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Bingheim lied to me. Bitch! Tai roared with a ferocious expression. On the other side, Kong Xian regained consciousness. Although he was injured by Gu Hai, he didn't care about Gu Hai's sneak attack. On the contrary, it was Gu Hai who saved him. Master. You fed me the spirit-fusing soup. You want to kill me? Kong Xian looked at Tai in disbelief. You only drank 1 bowl. Quick, Long Zhanghua is coming out. Give me your immortal power and the heavens will resurrect you. Tai said anxiously. Kong Xian has been in Solar God Shrine since I can remember. My Peacock clan, my parents, my grandfather, and my grandfather have all pledged their loyalty to you. They fought for you and gave you everything they had. My Peacock clan has been loyal to you for generations. I even did everything I could to protect you, my master. All I got in return is that my master wants to kill me. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Kong Xian's eyes turned red again. This time, it wasn't because he was being controlled, but because he was sad and desperate. Give me your immortal power. You can be resurrected. Tai roared. Resurrected? It's too late. My immortal dome, I'm very sorry. I want to destroy your world. I need the power of the entire immortal dome. The power of the entire world. Long Zhangguo's voice came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Tai's expression changed when he heard Long Zhangguo's voice. The pupils of the 10,000 eyes in the sky suddenly shrank. The dragon warring state is out. Seal him. Seal him. Immortal of the Six Paths seemed to have guessed something, and he suddenly screamed. Tai activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might. Chaos contains Pangu, split the heavens and earth, and break the primordial chaos. A loud roar came from the furnace. Hong! A loud noise came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, and a huge shock wave sent Gu Hai and Kong Xian flying. Even though they had a lot of immortal power, they couldn't stop the shock wave. Poof! Tai, who had activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai and Kong Xian, who were far away from the shock wave, saw a crack appear on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. With that crack as the center, web-like cracks suddenly appeared. More and more cracks appeared, densely packed. It was as if the entire chaotic furnace of heaven and earth had shattered. Countless cries of grief came from within. Gu Hai knew that it was the cries of the people in the Warring State's immortal dome. No, no, no. Immortal Six Paths' terrified voice came from the sky. For the first time, Immortal Six Paths showed such despair. Hong! It exploded. The chaotic furnace of heaven and earth exploded into countless fragments that shot in all directions. The fragments even soared into the sky. Hung, 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 countless fragments soared into the sky and instantly shattered the eyes in the sky. In an instant, the 10,000 eyes in the sky were pierced by the fragments. Some exploded, and some were blinded. Almost all the eyes were blinded in an instant. Ah! My eyes! My eyes! Immortal Six Paths' screams echoed in the world. Chapter 712. Chaotic Furnace of Heaven and Earth. The combination of the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the Apocalypse, which represented the second, third, and 10th treasures in the world, was instantly blasted apart by Long Zhangguo. Even though Tai Yi was infused with the power of life and the hungry ghost Dao reincarnation, he was still blasted 1,000 feet away by this huge explosion. Pfft! The recoil was so strong that Tai Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven was almost instantly shattered by the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the fragments of the Apocalypse. Those that were not shattered were instantly covered in blood. Ah, my eyes, my eyes! Immortal Six Paths screams reverberated throughout the heaven realm. Screams of agony reverberated throughout the heaven domain. Not only in the heaven domain, but throughout the divine continent, the cries of the immortals of the Six Paths could be heard as well. Under the Fusang tree, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and the Buddha of Three Worlds all stared at the sky with wide eyes. Rumble. The dark clouds that covered the divine continent turned blood red, as though the sky had been dyed red by the blood of immortal Six Paths. Amidst the rolling blood clouds, there seemed to be a smell of blood. Immortal Six Paths screams. Blood dyed the sky red? Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. Deqian. Blood dyed the sky. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes, as though he was shocked by the battle. Long Zhangguo's battle could actually injure Immortal Six Paths so badly. No one was willing to leave for a moment. Looking at the blood-dyed sky, everyone was extremely tense. In the heaven realm. It's His Holiness. His Holiness is out of the seal. Countless Deqian officials shouted excitedly. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Cheers sounded. In the black hole formed by the rolling explosions, Long Zhangguo's figure slowly appeared. Behind Long Zhanggua, the three black pillars of reincarnation were erected once again. Long Zhangguo's long hair had turned pale and withered. There were countless wrinkles on Long Zhangguo's face, as if he was about to reach the end of his life. His body was badly mutilated. Some places were charred, and some places looked like they had been bitten by evil spirits. They were extremely deformed. Clearly, he had suffered a great deal of damage in the primal chaos universal furnace. His left hand grabbed the shattered War Kingdom Immortal Dome. The bubble that had been there before had already been torn apart and shriveled up. Within the War Kingdom Immortal Dome, a series of loud booms rang out, followed by countless cries of grief. The Warring State's Immortal Dome seemed to be about to be destroyed. Behind him, the three paths of reincarnation wobbled as if it was about to break free from Long Zhangguo's control. He held the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand. However, the heaven-splitting axe was heavily damaged. However, no matter how damaged it was still the #1 magic treasure in the world. His Holiness. Countless Deqian officials looked at Long Zhanggua in shock. Although the 10,000 eyes of the heavens were all open now, almost all of them were crippled. Only one eye was still bleeding, and its pupil seemed to be slightly open. The eye of the heavens isn't completely blind? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Tai Yi, are you dead? Hurry up and do it. He's at the end of his rope. I'll lend you all of the three paths of reincarnation's power. Immortal Six Paths roared anxiously. Wah! Tai Yi transformed into a three-legged golden crow and pounced on Long Zhanggua. The dragon warring state had just left the seal and seemed to have regained his senses before death. However, his face was fierce as he rushed toward Tai Yi. The calamity of the common people lies in the six paths. The sinner of the common people is you, Tai Yi. Die for me. Long Zhanggua roared and swung the heaven-splitting axe at Tai Yi. The powerful aura forced Gu Hai and Kong Xian away. Tai Yi's expression was ferocious as he grabbed at Long Zhanggua with his two giant claws. Hong! The heaven-splitting axe struck the path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation and embedded itself in it. Tai Yi's two giant claws grabbed the heaven-splitting axe as well. With the two of them at the center, a huge storm tore apart the surrounding black holes, making them bigger and bigger. Immortal Six Paths stared at them from the sky. No one could get close. Boom! More cracks appeared on Long Zhanggua's withered palm. All that was left was a shriveled layer of skin. Rumble! Long Zhanggua's three paths of reincarnation broke free of his control and disappeared. Three paths of reincarnation, return to heaven and earth. Long Zhanggua, you're dead for sure. Ha ha ha. Human path reincarnation, Azura path reincarnation, animal path reincarnation, follow my command and assist Tai Yi. Six Paths' voice rang through the celestial world. Hum. Three paths of reincarnation appeared behind Tai Yi. Tai Yi merged with the path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation. The other 5 black reincarnation pillars behind him pressed against him. Surging power surged toward Tai Yi and fought Long Zhanggua. Pfft! Long Zhanggua spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. His expression twisted. At this moment, Long Zhanggua had indeed reached his limit. Long Zhanggua, you've lost. Tai Yi snarled. Tai Yi felt that the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. His current strength had completely surpassed Long Zhanggua's. Long Zhonghua was dead for sure. Sky-splitting axe, old friend, it's the last moment. I want to kill him. Kill him for me. Long Zhonggua's expression turned vicious. Surging power surged into sky-splitting axe. Pft! Pft! Long Zhonghua kept spitting out blood. When the power surged into sky-splitting axe, it shook violently, as if grieving for Long Zhonggua's fate. Hum! Cracks appeared on sky-splitting axe, as if it was about to shatter completely. Despite the cracks, the power grew stronger and stronger. It hacked the black path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation pillars deeper and deeper. Pft! 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 Long Zhonghua spat out blood as his body quickly shriveled. Was this the final radiance of the setting sun? Was this the end of the line? In the distance, Gu Hai, Dragon Goding, Kang Xian, and Zhang Yulian all widened their eyes. Long Zhonghua was giving it his all, while Tai Yi was shocked. Sky-splitting axe was getting closer and closer to him. His two golden crow claws were desperately holding on, but the axe was still getting closer and closer to his forehead. No, no, no! Tai Yi roared in shock. Long Zhonggua's desperate counterattack had cut open the path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation pillars. No, even the 6 paths of reincarnation pillars combined couldn't stop Long Zhonghua. Even he and the life pillar couldn't stop him. Long Zhonghua was on his last legs. Was he going to die with him? Tai Yi, you're dead. I'll revive you. Don't be afraid of death. Fight for me. Immortal 6 Paths' voice was filled with fear. Long Zhonggua's will was so strong. He was on his last legs, but he could still kill Tai Yi. With Immortal 6 Paths' promise, Tai Yi's expression twisted. Die. Even if I die, I'll drag Long Zhonghua down with me. Immortal 6 Paths will revive me. Boom! Tai Yi's third golden crow claw suddenly reached out of the black pillar and went straight for Long Zhonggua's forehead. Millions of wraiths of the path of hungry ghost, follow my command. Attack Long Zhonggua's will. Go! Tai Yi roared. Boom! Under Tai Yi's desperate attack, the claw cut open Long Zhonggua's forehead. Ah! Kaka-kaka! Woo! Roar! Black smoke rushed toward Long Zhonggua's forehead. Countless wraiths followed it and rushed into Long Zhonggua's forehead. Kill! Long Zhonghua roared. Explode! Tai Yi roared. When Tai Yi was split open by Long Zhonggua's axe, he knew that he was going to die. With a roar, he activated all the power in his body. The power of life, immortal power, and 6 paths of reincarnation. Hong! With a super loud sound, the huge black hole seemed to have torn the entire heaven realm apart. The huge explosion caused countless black lines to appear in the void. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were all torn apart. Countless officials and civilians were killed. Dragon Goding reached out and waved his hand, saving some of them. Kang Xian and the surviving Fey kings quickly flew away. However, they were still hit by the aftershock of the explosion and spat out blood. Gu Hai flew to Zhang Yulian and shielded her. He carried Zhang Yulian and fled into the distance, blood spurting out of his mouth. Zhang Yulian hid in Gu Hai's arms. Seeing Gu Hai spit out blood, she was touched. The black pillar of the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. The heavenly realm was torn apart. Even under the Fusang tree. There were also aftershocks of the explosion where the Tongtian sect master, matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and the 3 worlds Buddha were. Cracks appeared in the heavenly realm. The powerful impact caused all the cities on the Fusang tree to collapse rapidly, causing the seawater in the 4 seas to surge. The Tongtian sect master and the others looked inside in shock. At this moment, no one entered. They could vaguely see that there was only one eye of heaven left in the sky of the heavenly realm. Even though there was only one left, it was filled with cracks and blood. Is he dead? Immortal Six Paths' voice came from the heavenly realm. At the center of the black hole, Tai Yi exploded into pieces. Everything turned into nothingness. No, Long Zhanggua, he's not dead yet. Kang Xian shouted in shock. Such a powerful explosion. How much vitality did Long Zhanggua have? But at the center of the explosion, on Long Zhanggua's body, one could almost see his bones. The sky-splitting axe in his hand had shattered and exploded. His head was completely deformed. His left hand was holding the warring immortal dome, which had been reduced to skin. His entire body was convulsing. Countless black gas emerged from the glabella of Long Zhanggua's head. Evil spirits roared between his eyebrows. Ah, 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 ah. Long Zhanggua roared in pain. He's not dead. He's not dead. Kang Xian, Gu Hai, Dragon Goding, Zhang Yulian, and the other monster kings who were still alive were all shocked. Immortal Six Paths also stared at Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua's aura was extremely weak now. It was as if everything had been destroyed. However, none of the monster kings dared to approach. The will of endless evil spirits? Ha ha ha, Long Zhanggua has gone mad. He has gone mad. Now, go and kill him. His strength is all gone. Kill him quickly. Immortal Six Paths roared again. As expected, Long Zhanggua laughed like a madman. Ha 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 ha, who am I? Ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanggua has gone mad. Gu Hai's face darkened in the distance. Long Zhanggua has gone mad. His strength is all gone. Quick, kill him. Go. Immortal Six Paths roared. However, in the immortal world, no one dared to approach. All the monster kings and Kang Xian avoided Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua was an unkillable monster. Who dared to approach? Immortal Six Paths was furious when he saw that no one dared to approach. Trash! Amidst his rage, rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. It was the celestial energy condensing once more. Within the immortal power, there seemed to be three souls gathering. They slowly took the shape of Tai. Wow! Apart from Tai, the monster kings and angels who had died earlier all gathered their three souls and were wrapped in immortal power. Thank the heavens for reviving me. Tai was overjoyed. Kill Long Zhanggua. He is now useless. Go and kill him. Immortal Six Paths roared. Yes. All the resurrected demon kings roared in unison. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he immediately pounced on Long Zhanggua. Gu Hai was the closest. Although Tai was surrounded by immortal power, he did not have a physical body. He was not as fast as Gu Hai. Gu Hai arrived in front of Long Zhanggua. Looking at the crazy Long Zhanggua, he smiled bitterly. Long Zhanggua is not going to make it. Sigh. As he spoke, Gu Hai suddenly raised the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Dragon Goding shouted in the distance. Gu Hai, are you going to kill Long Zhanggua? Tai's spirit was shocked. All the monster kings were also shocked. Rather than die at their hands, he would rather die at my hands. Long Zhanggua, I hope you don't blame me. Gu Hai sighed softly. Zhang Yulian hung from Gu Hai's neck. Her eyes widened as she watched Gu Hai slash at Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua had indeed gone crazy. He did not resist at all. Perhaps he was already at the end of his rope and could not resist at all. When Gu Hai slashed at him, he suddenly looked at Gu Hai for some reason. When he looked at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, who was hanging from the side, looked terrified. Long Zhanggua was awake. No, there were billions of evil spirits in his mind. Long Zhanggua seemed to be in great pain. When Gu Hai slashed, Long Zhanggua seemed to be relieved. For some reason, Zhang Yulian saw a trace of gratitude in his eyes. In his gratitude, Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai with a smile of relief. He extended his left hand. He handed over the shattered Warring State's immortal dome. Slash! Gu Hai roared. Boom! Long Zhan's body exploded with a loud boom. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. In the heaven realm, everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene that was within their expectations, but they also didn't believe it. Long Zhanggua's body exploded into pieces. He was killed by Gu Hai with a single slash. Not only in the heavenly realm, but through the crack in the heavenly realm, the Tongtian sect master, matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and the Buddha in the outside world all widened their eyes. There was dead silence. Long Zhanggua was dead. He died under Gu Hai's saber. Chapter 713. The Long Zhanggua was smashed into pieces by the life-extinguishing saber. There was complete silence in all directions. The Tai Yi spirit, Kang Xian, Zhang Yulian, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, matriarch Ji, the Buddha of 3 worlds, and even the immortal of 6 paths were all silent. It was not that Gu Hai was very capable, but that no one expected Gu Hai to be the culprit. Wasn't he the person Long Zhanggua trusted the most? How could he die in the hands of the person he trusted the most? Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Boom! At this moment, in the land of the divine continent that was covered by blood clouds, there was a loud clap of thunder in the Deqian Celestial Empire. The people of the Deqian Celestial Empire who had fainted suddenly woke up. When they woke up, their bodies were still weak, but their hearts were suddenly empty. It was as if something that was controlling their hearts was suddenly gone. The empty heart was scarier than the weak body. Although they did not see the death of the Long Zhanggua, they felt it all at this moment. The Deqian Celestial Empire had collapsed. His Holiness! Someone suddenly cried out. His Holiness, woo 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 woo. Woo woo, His Holiness has boundless longevity, His Holiness will live for 10,000 years, His Holiness will live for 10,000 years, His Holiness, woo woo. The cries came one after another. All the people in the 16 continents of the Deqian Celestial Empire started to cry. Many people knelt down with difficulty. Without the guidance of the Sea of Fate clouds, these cries could not reach the Long Zhanggua. However, even so, the cries of the countless people still seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, reaching the heavenly realm. Wicked people! The immortal of 6 paths suddenly shouted. In the sky, only the last eye of the immortal of 6 paths was left. This eye had a lot of cracks, and blood was flowing out of it. As time passed, the crack in the heaven realm slowly recovered. From the outside, the Tongtian sect master could no longer see what was going on inside. The Tongtian sect master, matriarch Ji, and the 3 worlds Buddha all had serious expressions on their faces. They didn't expect the battle to be so intense today. Only Jiang Lianshan revealed a bitter smile at this moment, as if he was feeling sorry for Long Zhanggua. In the heaven realm, the lacerations were completely healed. However, Gu Hai looked at the eye of heaven and said, reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai has shown his sincerity by killing Long Zhanggua. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. With Gu Hai's loud shout, everyone in the surroundings quivered and understood everything. Plotting against the rankings. Gu Hai was the second. No wonder he wanted to kill Long Zhanggua. In order to survive, he killed Taiwa and Long Zhanggua. This Gu Hai was really ruthless. Buzz! However, they saw that the stone tablet in the distance was still there. On the stone tablet, Gu Hai was ranked second. Suddenly, Gu Hai's name disappeared. Long Zhanggua was dead, but the hatred of the immortal of the 6 paths did not decrease. The stone tablet enlarged again, as if it would continue to pursue the matter. Reporting to the heavens, I am Dragon Godding. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. Dragon Goding suddenly shouted. Huh? Just you? You killed a group of people who betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire, and you want to atone for your sins? Tai sneered in the distance. Reporting to the heavens, Long Zhanghua left a backup plan before this battle. If he failed, he could focus and be reborn. Therefore, he left a divine will that only I know. I am willing to offer Long Zhanggua's divine will to atone for my sins. Dragon Goding shouted. What? Tai's expression changed. Tai remembered how terrifying Long Zhanghua was. He didn't want to see Long Zhanghua again in his life. He still had a backup plan. The eye of heaven's pupils contracted. He saw Dragon Goding take out a jade box. The jade box opened. Buzz! A blue light suddenly came out of the jade box, and the unique energy of Long Zhanghua spread out. Long Zhanghua, the immortal of the six paths, shouted. Boom! Dragon Goding reached out and exploded the box in his hand. Together with the blue light inside and Long Zhanggua's divine will, it exploded and turned into dust. I am Dragon Goding. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. Dragon Goding shouted again. Buzz! However, Dragon God Ying's name suddenly disappeared from the steel, destroying Long Zhanggua's chance of resurrection. That was indeed a great contribution. Regardless of whether Long Zhanghua could return to his current height after his resurrection, the immortal of the six paths was still afraid. Thank the heavens! Dragon Goding shouted. Reporting to the heavens, Solar Divine Palace has suffered countless losses this time. Countless monster kings and monster beasts have all died. Please go to the heavens and revive them all, the Tai spirit cried. Taiwa hadn't been resurrected, Tai Chu hadn't been resurrected, the 300 monster kings in the heavenly star array hadn't been resurrected, and his 10 golden crow princes hadn't been resurrected. The power of Solar Divine Palace couldn't be lost just like that. The immortal of the six paths looked at the traitor list in the distance. Countless people had died on the list, and there were only 3,000 left. Listen to me. All living beings, listen to my orders. The names on the list of rebels will be hunted down by the whole world. Anyone who kills one of them will be granted a lifespan by me. From top to bottom, the lifespan will decrease by 3,000 years. The first person killed will be granted a lifespan of 3,000 years. The second person killed will be granted a lifespan of 2,999 years. Solar Divine Palace, Wanshou Taoist Sect, and Spiritual Mountains Holy Land will hunt them down with all their might. Kill, kill, kill! The immortal of the six paths roared. The giant tablet suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and suddenly flew out of the heaven realm, into the divine continent, and landed on the sea outside the Fusang tree. Hong! A bounty from the heavens. The Tongtian sect master, the Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, and matriarch Ji all stared. At the same time. In the heaven realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fog rolled up. In an instant, one soul after another appeared in the fog. I'm not dead. Wasn't I killed by Long Zhanghua? I'm resurrected. And the Golden Crow Princes, they're also resurrected. Greetings, Master. Under the envelopment of immortal power, the souls of Solar Divine Palace were all resurrected. When they were resurrected, they were extremely excited. Although they didn't have physical bodies, the three souls were enough. They could possess, reincarnate, and use energy to rebuild their bodies. Anything was possible. Countless demons were excited. The fog covered the surroundings. Everything in the heaven realm was moved to the outside world. The heavens sent us out of the heaven realm. Is this where the heaven realm is going to move? That's right, the location of the heaven realm is completely exposed. The immortal of the six paths must be extremely cautious. It's a pity that my bell of chaos is gone. Where's Taiwa? Where's Tai Chu? Where are their souls? Tai Yi's eyes widened as he looked around the fog in shock. However, the fog was rather thick, and he couldn't see the people around him clearly. In the fog, Gu Hai hugged Zhang Yulian and said, "Play the Taishang sound of longevity, and I'll take you out of here." "Ah. Didn't the heavens remove your crimes?" Zhang Yulian took out her zither and looked puzzled. "Yes, I removed my crimes. However, the entire world wants to kill me now. Tai Yi wants to kill me, Dragon Goding wants to kill me, and Jiang Lianshan wants to kill me. Even the 3 Buddhas want to kill me. Perhaps the Tongtian sect master wants to kill me too. Once I leave the heaven realm, my immortal power will disappear. I'm no match for them. It's time to leave for a while." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ding, 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 ding. The Taishang sound of longevity rang out again. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine seal and activated the black chess piece on it. Immediately, the finger-sized black hole grew bigger and bigger. It grew bigger and bigger, and gradually, it formed a passage that people could enter. What is this?" Zhang Yulian exclaimed. With Zhang Yulian in his arms, Gu Hai's figure darted into the black hole. Buzz! The black hole suddenly disappeared. "Where's Gu Hai? Search! Find Gu Hai!" Tai Yi suddenly roared furiously while glaring. "Gu Hai and Taishang are together. I just heard the Taishang sound of longevity. Over there. Kill him for me." Rumble. In an instant, chaos broke out in the fog. Unfortunately, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian had already disappeared into the black hole tunnel. The black hole also disappeared. In the black hole, Zhang Yulian kept playing the Taishang sound of longevity while Gu Hai activated the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The two of them moved quickly in the hole. Where is this? Where does it lead to?" Zhang Yulian asked worriedly. "Don't worry. You'll know when we get there. The place you dream of going is also the real secret of the Taishang sound of longevity." Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah. Zhang Yulian was confused. Playing with her hands had become a habit. Although Zhang Yulian did not know what Gu Hai meant, she did not ask too much because she would see it soon. "Gu Hai, there's something I don't understand. Why did you kill Taiwa? And why did you kill Long Zhanggua in the end? Are you really so afraid of death that you want to clear your name?" Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. "Kill Taiwa? Ha, I just didn't want her to suffer too much. Long Zhanggua. That's right." Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. "What excuse is that? They died in your hands and you still have the nerve to say that you don't want them to suffer too much?" Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai and felt uncomfortable. He was obviously trying to clear his name, but he made it sound so dignified. Did she misjudge Gu Hai? Was he a despicable person? At this thought, Zhang Yulian became even more irritated. "Who said they are dead?" Gu Hai suddenly laughed. "You can't quibble." Wait, what did you say?" Zhang Yulian stared in shock. Suddenly, the tunnel shook. "Don't stop playing the zither, or we will all die in this tunnel." Gu Hai was shocked and shouted. Oh. Zhang Yulian quickly played the zither and the tunnel stabilized again. "What did you just say? They are not dead. Didn't you kill them? How could they not be dead?" Zhang Yulian was surprised. If they were killed by others, their 3 souls would be crushed by the 6 Tao, or even destroyed on the spot. However, I am different. The 3 spiritual souls of the people I killed are with me. With the 3 spiritual souls, they will be with me. When we reach Earth, we will think of a way to reconstruct their physical bodies and revive them." Gu Hai said seriously. "Ah. You stole the 3 souls of Taiwa and Long Zhanggua in front of the 6 Tao?" Zhang Yulian suddenly opened her eyes wide. In my mind, the definition of death is the destruction of both body and soul. So, Taiwa and Long Zhanggua are not dead yet, Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh? Zhang Yulian was stunned. The next moment, Zhang Yulian paused again. You just said, when we reach Earth? Earth? Where? Chapter 714. The stone tablet of the rebellion ranking board was enlarged 10,000 times and was inserted into the sea. The Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and the Three Worlds Buddha all looked at the 3,000 names on the stone tablet. Looking at these names, Jiang Lianshan sighed slightly. Rumble. Suddenly, the fog rolled, and the remnants of the heavenly realm were all exposed. There seemed to be many things falling in the thick fog. A commotion came from the fog. Almost all the monster kings of the Solar Divine Palace had been revived. Oh. It's over. The heavenly realm has also escaped to another place. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. The Tongtian sect master waved his sleeve, and a black-purple gale suddenly appeared. Boom! The gale blew past, and the fog in all directions was swept up into the sky in the rolling storm. The fog rushed into the sky, revealing everything inside. Tai Yi, the 10 golden crows, the monster kings, and all those who were killed by Long Zhanggua were all revived. The black wind swept up the countless fragments. Those fragments? The aura of the sky-splitting axe. The aura of the chaos bell. The aura of the cauldron of the universe. The aura of the 10 directions destruction. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Sky-splitting axe. The chaos bell. The cauldron of the universe. The 10 directions destruction. Coincidentally, I still lack some materials for the 7 immortal slaying swords. Come. The Tongtian sect master suddenly shouted. Rumble. The black wind instantly swept up the fragments and rushed towards the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master waved his hand. Boom! Above the sea, boundless sword qi suddenly appeared. The sword qi wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was setting up a super-huge sword formation. 7 gigantic swords that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth stood vertically above the 4 seas, emitting a soul-stirring aura. Immortal slaying sword formation. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. Under the immortal slaying sword formation, a powerful killing intent rushed towards everyone. Immortal slaying sword formation, the number 1 sword formation in the world. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and retreated slightly. Rumble. At the center of the celestial slaying sword formation, countless sword qis condensed into a sword qi furnace. The fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of heaven and earth, the bell of chaos, and the apocalypse were instantly blown into the sword qi furnace by the black wind. Buzz! In the sword furnace, all the magic treasure fragments were stirred up by the sword qi, and then turned into streams of light that rushed towards the 7 Tongtian giant swords. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation exuded a monstrous aura. The 7 immortal slaying swords, which were formed from the fusion of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of Qiankuan, and the Armageddon fragment, immediately caused the surrounding seawater to surge with monstrous waves. In the distance, Unity Supreme grimaced. Tongtian, what are you doing? That's my treasure. Tai flapped his wings, and in the sky, the true sun fire suddenly surged down from the sun and entered Tai's soul. Instantly, Tai turned into a sun-like fireball and glared at Tongtian. Now, it's mine. Tongtian said coldly. How dare you snatch Solar God Sect's treasure? Unity Supreme glared. As Unity Supreme cried out, more and more flames rushed down from the sun, as if to mold the bodies of the monster kings. It's not just your Solar God Sect's treasure. I want all of you too. Tongtian said coldly. What? Unity Supreme was stunned. As he spoke, Tongtian suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! Tong Tian roared and blew out a gust of purple gas. Once the purple gas appeared, it instantly surged towards all the monster kings in Solar God sect. Dong Huang, save me, save me. As the monster kings screamed, they saw that the purple gas in Tongtian's mouth had a suction force. Once the strong suction force appeared, all the monster kings immediately flew towards Tongtian's mouth. This suction force was so strong that it suddenly covered all directions. All the monster kings were sucked in. Tongtian. In the distance, Kang Xian flapped his wings and flew out of the range of the suction force. He looked at the Tongtian sect master in shock. Tongtian. Kang Xian barely managed to escape the suction force of the purple gas because he had a corporeal body. How could the other spirits and demon monarchs escape? They were quickly swallowed. Even Unity Supreme's expression changed drastically at this moment. He was being sucked in by this suction force. Tongtian, you want to eat me? You dare to eat me? Unity Supreme roared ferociously. In the past, during the Wanshou Taoism, there were many Tongtian sect masters. Didn't you tear them apart? Have you eaten them? Today, it's my turn to eat you. Tongtian sneered. That's not me. That's your inheritance, not you. You're the first Tongtian sect master. I've never offended you. Why do you want to eat me? Refine my soul. How dare you? Unity Supreme shouted. So what if I want to refine your soul? There's no need for Apollo Palace to exist anymore, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. No, you want to refine me before you get rid of the rebellion? The Immortal of the Six Paths won't let you go. He won't let you go. Unity Supreme shouted in horror. It's just a rebellion. Without Apollo Palace, there's still Wanshou Taoism and the spiritual mountain. Do you really think you're indispensable? Primordial fire of the sun, roar, the Tongtian sect master roared ferociously. Boom! Unity Supreme was suddenly swallowed into the Tongtian sect master's mouth and stomach. It wasn't just Unity Supreme. The Golden Crow Prince, the monster kings of more than 300 monster planets, the souls of angels and monsters, as long as they were resurrected by the Immortal of the Six Paths, they all entered the Tongtian's stomach. The fairy-slaying sword formation absorbed the fragments of the first, second, third and 10th Dharma treasures in the world to refine itself and become stronger. The Tongtian sect master swallowed the entire Apollo Palace. Bingheim, who was not far away, gasped. Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji narrowed their eyes but did not interfere. On the other side, Dragon Goding swept up some Deqian officials and immediately flew into the distance. Dragon God Ying's name was not on the giant monument. Dragon Goding left, but no one cared. Kang Xian and the 12 monster kings also wanted to fly out. But at this moment, the present Buddha made a move. The present Buddha waved his sleeve. A huge kasaya flew out. As soon as the monastic robe appeared, it covered the sky like a huge net. It instantly enveloped the 13 demon kings. The monastic robe immediately wrapped around Kang Xian and the 12 demon kings. Present Buddha, why did you capture us? Roar! Kang Xian glared in the kasaya and roared. The present Buddha rolled and pulled him back. In the kasaya, the 13 monster kings tore the kasaya violently. The future Buddha suddenly said, Monster kings, the Buddha saw that all of you are fated with the spiritual mountain. Why don't you follow us back to the spiritual mountain? I'm not going, let me go. Kang Xian said in grief and indignation. The Apollo Palace was completely destroyed. All the monster kings in the Tai sect were eaten by the Tongtian sect master. Even the powerful monster kings who were alive couldn't escape. Were they all captured by the spiritual mountain? Let you go. It's not up to you now. You are fated with the spiritual mountain, so don't resist. You will still have your status in the spiritual mountain. Great Myojin. The Buddha is merciful and can confer you the title of Mahamayuri. Why resist? The future Buddha said with a smile. The present Buddha captured the monsters and handed them to the future Buddha. The future Buddha respectfully received them and held them in his hand. On the other side, the past Buddha walked to the Fusang tree. Rise! The past Buddha shouted. A strong force moved the Fusang tree. It was as if the Fusang tree was going to be uprooted. Rumble. The surrounding seawater shook violently, and the waves of tsunamis collided with the tsunamis caused by the celestial slaying sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. With loud sounds, the Fusang tree was slowly uprooted. The future Buddha waved his hand. Hum. The Fusang tree slowly shrank until it was 1 foot tall and landed in the past Buddha's palm. The past Buddha handed the shrunken Fusang tree to the future Buddha. The future Buddha received it respectfully. He held the 13 monsters in his left hand and the Fusang tree in his right hand as he stood beside the present Buddha. Boom! On the other side, the Tongtian sect master swallowed all the Monster King's souls in one gulp, and black gas was emitted from his body. The heaven-splitting axe, chaos bell, cauldron of heaven and earth, and the fragments of apocalypse were completely melted by the sword furnace and integrated into the 7 celestial slaying swords. The present Buddha looked at the Tongtian sect master and narrowed his eyes. In the end, he smiled slightly. He nodded at the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, and matriarch Ji. The present Buddha flicked his sleeve and turned into a golden stream of light, shooting towards the west. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Buddhas left this sea area. The Tongtian sect master put away the 7 celestial slaying swords and looked at matriarch Ji and Jiang Lianshan. It seems like the 2 of you have come for nothing. Ha 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 ha. The Tongtian sect master laughed loudly and flicked his sleeve, instantly shooting into the distance. The others from the Wansho Taoism also quickly turned into streams of light and left. Only Jiang Lianshan, matriarch Ji, and Bingheim were left. Matriarch Ji looked at Jiang Lianshan. Dian, His Holiness. Why didn't you fight for it just now? Why didn't you fight for it? Jiang Lianshan looked at matriarch Ji with narrowed eyes. You didn't fight for it, so I didn't fight for it. Matriarch Ji smiled slightly. Jiang Lianshan stared at matriarch Ji for a while and revealed a cold smile. You are more shrewd than Long Zhanggua, much more shrewd. Dian, His Holiness is too kind. Matriarch Ji was not angry. Instead, she smiled slightly. Too kind? Ha 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 ha, everyone has their own way of doing things. I don't know if you are right or wrong, but I hope that you will not forget your original intention. My daughter, Jiang Yan, hates you to the core. She has already come out, so be careful. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan flicked his sleeves and instantly shot towards the south, disappearing into the distance. When matriarch Ji saw Jiang Lianshan leaving, her face turned gloomy. Jiang Yan. Ha, Jiang Lianshan, you really have a lot of schemes. Which part of the world doesn't have you? This time, Long Zhanggua's heaven-defying actions might be your doing, right? I hope that I am not your chess piece. Alright, time to go. Matriarch Ji said in a low voice. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeves and brought the puzzled Bingheim with her, instantly shooting into the distance. What was left behind was a mess. After the turbulent sea calmed down, the surrounding islands were all destroyed. The Solar Divine Palace was completely reduced to history. Everything was gone, and only a huge Tongtian monument was left behind. On it were the names of 3,000 rebels. Chapter 715. Thousand Island Sea, Heavenly Essence Island. As the immortal 6 paths used the power of life and the power of the outside world, the dark clouds above Heavenly Essence Island vanished. The immortal 6 paths drained the power of life and fainted. At this moment, a large fog appeared in the center of Heavenly Essence Island. On the other side of the fog was the innate puzzle world that Gu Hai entered in the past. The innate puzzle world, which opened only once every 2 centuries, opened once more. A group of black-robed people stood at the entrance to the innate puzzle world. The one leading them was the Sky Chess Pavilion's first elder. The first elder stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the distant sky. After a moment of silence, he said, "The pavilion master's divination was right." The clouds parted to reveal the blue sky. "First elder, do you think that the Long Zhanggua can win?" Another black-robed person asked, feeling puzzled. The first elder shook his head. "The Long Zhanggua. If he cannot win, he used the power of life. It should be for Unity Supreme. The Long Zhanggua and Unity Supreme will end up severely injured at best. Even if the Long Zhanggua manages to kill Unity Supreme after being severely injured, it will not be enough. The Immortal 6 Paths might go all out to wake up his slumbering body." "The Immortal 6 Paths can wake up on his own?" an elder asked, feeling puzzled. The Pavilion Master divined that the Immortal 6 Paths can wake up immediately after falling into slumber. However, the price is very high, so high that the Immortal 6 Paths body will only have half of its power left. Half of its power. That is not something that the severely injured Long Zhanggua can compare to. However, the Immortal 6 Paths is not willing to do that. If he loses half of his power, the Long Zhanggua will lose. The other powerful experts in the world might deal him a fatal blow, the first elder said. "Oh. The first elder means that there will be Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and the 3 generations of Buddha waiting outside the heavenly realm? If the Long Zhanggua forces the Immortal 6 Paths to injure half of his body, will they make a move? A group of heroes slaughtering the heavens?" an elder exclaimed. The first elder narrowed his eyes. "That is just our guess." Then. Nothing. The dark clouds above Sky Essence Island disappeared. That means that the Immortal 6 Paths needs to find a place to treat his injuries. Even if the Long Zhanggua did not injure half of his body's body, he should have injured Immortal 6 Paths. Maybe the 6 Paths Immortal's eyes were injured. The Great Elder said in a low voice. "It's really the right time. It's exactly the same as what the Pavilion Master predicted back then." Another elder frowned. Indeed. The Pavilion Master's predictions all came true. The only time was when Gu Hai entered the innate puzzle world and disrupted the Pavilion Master's predictions. However, everything else was the same. The first elder nodded. "There are already 2 souls in the body solidifying pool," an elder said softly. "They have obtained the Pavilion Master's legacy and have the Pavilion Master's brand. After they died, their 3 souls instantly came to the body solidifying pool, which can be considered as giving them another life." The Grand Elder said solemnly. 2 souls. Although we can't read their memories, we can deduce their identities from the thoughts they leaked. One is the Qing Emperor, and the other is Gu Qin. The elder said. Qing Emperor. The Emperor Baron of the Dayan Imperial Dynasty. Oh. Gu Qin. What a familiar name. The Great Elder said doubtfully. He's Gu Hai's adopted son. The elder explained. Gu Hai. Ha, ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Gu Qin. Qing Emperor. In another 1 or 2 years, they would be able to reform their bodies and be resurrected. At that time, their thoughts would only be loyal to the Pavilion Master. Only loyal to the Pavilion Master. Any feelings he had for others would be gone. Gu Hai. Gu Qin. I wonder what kind of scene it would be when father and son kill each other. Ha 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 ha. The Great Elder laughed out loud. After the power of the common people was lent. A day later, the common people woke up one after another. In the sea where the Solar Divine Palace was located, demons emerged from the bottom of the sea in an instant, including Changming. Changming came out of the sea and saw a large number of demons looking around in fear. What happened? Where's the Solar Divine Palace? Why is the Fusang tree gone? A demon shouted in shock. I can't feel the Solar Divine Palace's fate energy. I can't feel it. Is Donghuang dead? What happened? Why did I faint? The demon cultivators were confused. Like the Deqian people, they suddenly felt empty in their hearts. They looked at the huge stone tablet in the distance. Although the Immortal of the Six Paths had issued a reward a day ago, as long as the common people woke up, they suddenly seemed to hear that voice again. Common people, listen to my order. The names on the rebellion ranking list will be hunted down by the whole world. Whoever kills one will be rewarded with a lifespan of 3,000 years from top to bottom. The first person killed will be rewarded with 3,000 years of lifespan. The second person killed will be rewarded with 2,999 years of lifespan. The Solar Divine Palace, the Wanshou Taoism, and the Holy Lands of the Spirited Mountain will hunt them down. If they do not die within 20 years, they will receive the blessings of the three Holy Lands. Kill, kill, kill. The voice of the Immortal of the Six Paths rang in everyone's ears. All the demons trembled and looked at the stone tablet in the distance. In the crowd of demons, Changming's eyes widened and his eyelids twitched. Long Zhangguo lost. After looking at the rebellion ranking list but not seeing Gu Hai's name, Changming secretly sighed. Your Majesty, Long Zhangguo lost. How are you now? A hint of worry flashed in Changming's eyes. Han Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital. Buzz. One by one, the common people slowly woke up. In a daze, they rubbed their sleepy eyes and seemed to have no strength in their bodies. What's wrong with me? Ah. Destiny? Where's the destiny of the Infinite Celestial Capital? Suddenly, a scream broke the drowsy Infinite Celestial Capital. Everyone looked up at the sky and suddenly trembled. The sea of destiny clouds above the Infinite Celestial Capital disappeared. Destiny? Not a trace was left. Everything was gone. What happened? Where's the sea of destiny clouds of the Han Dynasty? The sea of destiny clouds is gone. There are only two possibilities. One is that it was seized, and the other is that the emperor passed away. The territory is still there. It hasn't been seized. Could it be? The destiny disappeared. The emperor passed away. Your Majesty. For a moment, the Infinite Celestial Capital was in a panic. Countless subjects cried out in alarm. In the chaos, more and more people were woken up. The moment they woke up, they were frightened by the disappearance of the destiny clouds in the sky. It was utter chaos. Chen Tianshan looked up at the sea of destiny in the sky. Gone. Not even a trace. His Majesty passed away. No, no, impossible. How could His Majesty pass away? His Majesty said that he would come back. He told me to guard the country until His Majesty came back. How? Chen Tianshan widened his eyes, revealing a look of horror. In all directions, there were endless cries and sorrowful cries. The officials and the common people were all immersed in the grief of His Majesty's death. In the formation above, Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chueshue, and Zhang Sanfeng were all shocked. Your Majesty, why did you leave? Chen Tianshan suddenly panicked. He stretched out his hand and took out the imperial edict. On it were the words, ordained by the heavens, long live and prosperous. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Chen Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. When I am not in the Dahan, the King of Tianshan will supervise the country and govern the country. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. By the emperor. This was the last imperial edict issued by Gu Hai. Looking at the imperial edict, Chen Tianshan knelt down with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, I, Chen Tianshan, have been following Your Majesty since 95 Island. Although I am incompetent, Your Majesty has never despised me. I am so grateful for Your Majesty's appreciation that I can't even break my bones to repay Your Majesty's kindness. Why did Your Majesty pass away so early for me? King of Tianshan. When Your Majesty conferred the title, I swore that I would protect the Han dynasty with my life. But. As Chen Tianshan cried, he suddenly gritted his teeth. How many times has it been? When has the emperor died? Even if he died, this official would protect the Han dynasty for Your Majesty and wait for you to return. Even if Your Majesty reincarnates, this official would still wait. I would protect the Dahan for you. No one can think of taking away Your Majesty's things. Your Majesty, this official, Chen Tianshan, will definitely protect the Han dynasty for you. I will not regret it even if I die. Chen Tianshan wiped his tears. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, it's not good. His Majesty passed away. The Emperor passed away. Milord, the Han dynasty is finished. Suddenly, a large number of officials rushed into Chen Tianshan's residence. All of them cried and complained, grief-stricken. Chen Tianshan's tears were already dry. He had already hidden his grief. He stood up and looked at the crying officials. Then, he glared and said, how presumptuous. Who said that the emperor passed away? Ah! The grief-stricken officials showed confused expressions. The emperor is blessed. How could something happen to him? It is just that his luck disappeared. Is there a corpse of the emperor? You all have not seen the emperor's corpse, yet you are already spouting nonsense. Are you trying to disrespect the emperor? Why are you crying? Chen Tianshan glared. But. An official said worriedly. Everyone, return to your posts. At the same time, reassure the people. Just say that the emperor temporarily shifted his luck. When the emperor returns, the luck will return to the infinite celestial capital. There is nothing to be surprised about. This is not the first time. Didn't the Thousand Islands Sea already shift the luck? Why are you shouting? Chen Tianshan shouted while glaring. Ah! Oh! Many officials nodded in confusion. But, where did the emperor shift to? An official asked worriedly. What's wrong? Does the emperor need to report to you when he shifts his luck? Chen Tianshan retorted coldly. This subordinate does not dare. That official immediately lowered his head. Inform the city guard to monitor the infinite celestial capital. If anyone dares to spread rumors or incite chaos, punish them for treason. If anyone dares to start rumors, capture them and parade them through the streets before being executed by 1,000 cuts. Chen Tianshan said with a cold expression. Yes. Your Highness, all the officials shouted in response. The infinite celestial capital was in chaos. Now that Chen Tianshan was the Tianshan king, he was everyone's backbone. If the backbone did not fall, no one would panic. Chapter 716. In the Great Hall of the former Daewon Imperial Dynasty, although Chen Tianshan did his best to appease and suppress the news still quickly reached Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. When the two heard the zither figurine's description, their expressions changed. The luck disappeared. No, nothing will happen to His Majesty. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, we need to figure out what happened to His Majesty. Lord Mo, let's return to the limitless celestial capital immediately and take over the Daewon Imperial Dynasty. Let's talk about it later. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Report. Suddenly, an official rushed into the hall. Huh? The two looked at that official. The limitless celestial capital's king of Tianshan has sent a letter. The official said respectfully. Read it. Mo Yike said seriously. To receive Day 1 Marshal Mo Yike and Deputy Marshal Gao Xianji. The Day 1's heaven-defying battle is over. The result is already known to the world. Long Zhanghua is already defeated, and the Deqian imperial dynasty collapsed. His Majesty has not returned yet. The Emperor had not returned yet. Although the boundless heavenly capital's fate Qi had disappeared, this could not determine the Emperor's result. The two of you are the backbone of the Han dynasty, and the Emperor trusts the two of you. He hopes that the two of you will guard the army for the Emperor during this time of chaos and pacify the army to stabilize their morale. If the morale of the army is stable, the Han dynasty will be stable. Furthermore, he hopes that the two marshals will remember their original intentions. When the Emperor arranges tasks for you, the Emperor's orders are the priority. Tianshan awaits the two of you at the limitless celestial capital. That official said. This was Qin Tianshan's tone. When Mo Yike and Gao Xianji heard this, they both frowned. The two guessed that something might have happened. However, Qin Tianshan already made it clear. What can you do even if you return? The ruler's decree is right in front of you. Are you going to betray His Majesty without knowing the result? After a moment of silence, Gao Xianji looked at Mo Yike. There's still half of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's cities left. Gao Xianji will have to work harder from now on. Hurry up and conquer all of the Day 1 cities as soon as possible and return to the Imperial Dynasty. Mo Yike clenched his fists and said. Yes. Gao Xianji nodded. Lu Yacheng. Lu Yacheng was still flying towards the limitless celestial capital. Montez also received the news, and his expression changed drastically. How could this be? How could this be? The Emperor will be fine. Montez immediately became anxious. Montez had already tasted the taste of authority. With the Han dynasty around, he was the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, and his authority was monstrous. Montez was afraid of losing his current authority, and he was even more worried about Gu Hai's safety. His providence was gone. Did something happen to the Emperor? Montez couldn't be sure, and his expression turned gloomy. Sir, the Emperor won't. A embroidered uniform guard said worriedly. Shut up, the Emperor is blessed. How could anything happen to him? Do what you're supposed to do. If I see anyone spouting nonsense, I'll cut off their tongues and feed them to the dogs. Montez glared and shouted. Yes. The embroidered uniform guard replied. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian shuttled through the tunnel for a long time, and their speed became faster and faster. 3 days and 3 nights later. Look, there's light in front. Zhang Yulian's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Yulian had been extremely worried for the past 3 days, because the tunnel entrance disappeared as soon as they passed through it. They could only go forward and couldn't go back. When would there be an end to this? Finally, there was light in front. We're here. Gu Hai's eyes lit up, and there was a flash of anticipation in his eyes. Whoosh! The two rushed out of the tunnel, and the moment they rushed out, the tunnel entrance disappeared. Ah! Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Boom! The two seemed to have collided with a wall. In the outside world, under a scorching sun, a mountain suddenly shook. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian climbed out of a human-shaped hole in the wall. This place was like a cellar, and it was pitch black. Pa! With a crisp sound, the surroundings suddenly became bright. This is... Zhang Yulian was surprised. She didn't see any spiritual power fluctuations. This is an electric light. Gu Hai explained. Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai stopped at the same time. Gu Hai looked at his surroundings. Where was this? Gu Hai was too familiar with this place. When he was 30 years old, Gu Hai had transmigrated from here to the Divine Continent. The black chess piece had brought him to the Divine Continent, and he had used the black chess piece to return. He had returned to his original place. We're back. Ha, we're back. Gu Hai's eyes were slightly red. Zhang Yulian looked around. There were many shelves around. On the shelves, there were many paintings, many Buddha statues, and many swords and seals. There was also a bookshelf, densely packed with chess manuals. The chess manuals were in a mess. There was a leather sofa at the side, and a tea set on the coffee table. This is? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. This is my treasure trove. Ha, the treasure trove of the past. I collected the old items left behind by my ancestors from various countries. Gu Hai said with a nostalgic smile. He touched an imperial seal and some calligraphy and paintings. Gu Hai reached out. Instantly, the large number of items in the cellar were all stored in his storage bracelet. In the blink of an eye, the interior was empty. These things? There are no spiritual power fluctuations, right? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Yes, there are no spiritual power fluctuations, but they have culture and history. They were left behind by our ancestors for their descendants, but they were snatched away by outsiders. I'm just trying to find a way to bring them back to our country. Unfortunately, I didn't make it in time last time. Gu Hai shook his head. Ah. Zhang Yulian felt that she did not understand Gu Hai's words. Also, it's not that my artifacts don't have spiritual power fluctuations. It's that this world has no spiritual energy. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. It was the same as in the dream. When he returned from the dream last time, there was no spiritual energy. It seemed that it was not a dream. Earth really had no spiritual energy. How can that be? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Without spiritual energy, you have to use the vital qi and vital qi in your body sparingly. No, don't expose yourself if you can. Gu Hai said solemnly. What do you mean? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Conceal your aura because someone might not want to see spiritual energy on us. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? Zhang Yulian looked confused. The place that you dream of coming to might not be a good place. Alright, we should go out. Come to my house and have a seat. Gu Hai invited. As he said that, Gu Hai reached out and opened the door of the cellar. When the door to the cellar opened, a gust of wind and sand rushed in. Whoosh! The wind and sand blew on Zhang Yulian's face with a scorching heat. Zhang Yulian frowned in discomfort. The two of them stepped out of the cellar. This is a cave. You made it into a secret room? But there's nothing around here. It's a barren, rocky mountainous area. Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Is it because this place is hidden? Let's go. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai jumped with Zhang Yulian and immediately jumped onto a road in the distance. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in sight. It was scorching hot. Of course, this heat was nothing to the two of them. It was just that the surroundings were like a desert. Your secret room is really far. Zhang Yulian frowned. Ha, you don't know how precious this batch of treasures is. Gu Hai laughed self-deprecatingly. Rumble. Suddenly, on the road, dust flew, and an off-road car drove over. Oh. Is that my car? Could it be that the two spaces are not symmetrical? I've been in the Divine Continent for nearly 50 years, and my car hasn't been scrapped yet? Gu Hai was puzzled. He saw that the car was speeding over. When it got close, it suddenly braked and stopped. What's this iron box? It can move on its own. There's no spiritual energy. Zhang Yulian was surprised. This is called a car, oh. It's Tom. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The door of the car opened and a muscular man walked out. The man had blonde hair and green eyes. He carried a long katana on his back. He had a pistol at his waist, and he stared at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian with wide eyes. Tom. What kind of weird name is that? Zhang Yulian was surprised. He's a mercenary. He used to be my personal bodyguard. I paid him 10 years of salary. Gu Hai laughed. Zhang Yulian did not understand many of the words Gu Hai said, but it did not stop her from sizing up the man in front of her. The lowest level of muscle. He walks unsteadily, and his eyes are dull. He doesn't seem to be very capable. This is your personal bodyguard? You hired this kind of person? Zhang Yulian was surprised. It's nothing to you, but he was the strongest mercenary I found at that time. His katana can even split neutron bullets. His nickname is Hell's Swordsman, Gu Hai explained. Hell? Swordsman? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Oh. Boss, you are still alive. I just heard a loud sound here, so I came to take a look. Boss, why are you still alive? Tom suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Tom looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai was wearing very strange clothes. They looked like China's ancient costumes. Oh. There was a woman beside him. Could it be that they just... Oh, this woman is too smelly. I want her. When Tom saw Zhang Yulian's beautiful face and perfect figure, lust flashed in his eyes. The difference in aesthetic standards between the East and the West was because there was no such beauty as Zhang Yulian. Tom walked over step by step and looked at Zhang Yulian greedily. Then, he looked at Gu Hai. Boss, you're still alive. It's been 5 years since you disappeared. We have been looking for you for a long time. Tom walked over with a smile. 5 years? Not 50 years. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Just as Gu Hai frowned, a cold light flashed in Tom's eyes. Shing! With the fastest speed in his life, Tom instantly pulled out his katana and slashed at Gu Hai's head. At that moment, Tom swung with all his strength. His face revealed a ferocious expression, because no one had ever received such a strike. All those who received this strike had gone to hell. Including a mercenary king not long ago. The moment the katana slashed, Gu Hai did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. The speed of the katana was very fast, but in front of Gu Hai, it seemed to be in slow motion, approaching him bit by bit. Gu Hai stretched out his right thumb and index finger. He reached out and gently squeezed. Ding! Wang! The blade of the katana was pinched by Gu Hai's fingertips. The part that was pinched did not move, but the blade trembled violently and stopped in front of Gu Hai. Crack! The strength of the katana was too great. Tom's right arm was suddenly fractured by the katana. Hiss! Tom cried out in pain, but he relied on his strong endurance to not cry out. However, the katana that Gu Hai casually pinched with his index finger and thumb made Tom's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the Hell Swordsman you were talking about." Chapter 7:17. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the Hell Swordsman you were talking about." Tom exerted all his strength, but the katana in his hand didn't move at all. Yet, Gu Hai was able to pinch it with just 2 fingers. No! Tom shouted excitedly. This doesn't make sense. I am the Hell Swordsman. Although Gu Hai works out frequently, how can he compare to me? You caught my death god's edge with just 2 fingers. This doesn't make sense. Even though Tom looked like he had seen a ghost, Gu Hai's fingers were still holding the katana tightly. Tom, you said I disappeared for 5 years. I paid you 10 years of salary and bought you out for 10 years. Ha, this is how you welcome me. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tom suddenly shivered because he had seen Gu Hai's eyes many times 5 years ago. Is he going to kill me? Phew. He let go of the katana and reached for the pistol at his waist. You're a demon. Before Tom could aim his gun at Gu Hai, the katana's hilt appeared in Gu Hai's hand at some point in time. Gu Hai grabbed the katana's hilt and pointed it at Tom's throat. Have you played enough? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The coldness at his throat made Tom's hair stand on end again. Is it Gu Hai in front of me? No, it's all an illusion. Tom shouted in disbelief. He moved the pistol again and pointed it at Gu Hai. Tisk! Ah! Along with a scream, Tom's left arm, which was holding the gun, was suddenly sent flying. After the scream, Tom endured the pain with great willpower and looked at Gu Hai in horror. You. Okay, now it's time to talk. I was gone for 5 years. What happened? Why do you want to kill me when you see me? Gu Hai looked at Tom coldly. Sorry, boss. Tom shouted in fear. Speak human language. Gu Hai said coldly. So sorry, boss. A lot of things happened after you left. Mr. C betrayed you and teamed up with Hassan. Mr. C gave me double the reward, so. Tom begged for mercy. Fourth Master. Hassan? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Little Four, his older brother sacrificed himself to protect me. That's why I made him my follower. Little thing, you're really a wolf that can't be tamed. As for Hassan, there's a pirate leader here. I beat him up once before, and destroyed 2 of his pirate ships. He can't beat me on land, so he's not allowed to come near my spice manor. Did Little Four collude with him? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boss, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm going to die. I'm still bleeding. Tom screamed in horror. Gu Hai was in a huge manor in the distance. There were some huge buildings in the manor. Above a building, a man in red was looking at Gu Hai with a pair of binoculars. Fourth Master, look, isn't that Gu Hai? A subordinate next to him said in horror. Fourth Master held the binoculars, his eyes uncertain. It's really him. Come back. So what if he's back? Now, all of this is mine. Go, invite the 2 sniper kings in the manor. Yes. Soon, 2 sniper kings crawled beside Fourth Master. It's the one in black. Shoot him to death. Fourth Master said coldly. Fourth Master, don't worry. With a range of 1,200 meters, he'll definitely die. A sniper sneered. Oh. That girl is really good. Fourth Master, that girl is mine. The sniper next to him suddenly said excitedly. Whoever kills Gu Hai will get that girl. Fourth Master said coldly. Okay. The 2 of them said excitedly. Suddenly, one of the snipers pulled the trigger. Shio. Suddenly, a sniper bullet was shot at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai was interrogating Tom when he suddenly turned his head and stretched out his left hand. His hand was extremely fast. That extremely fast speed made Tom's expression change. Although it wasn't a knife, Tom could see that Gu Hai's hand speed was terrifying. It was even faster than his own knife. It was almost like an afterimage. How could Gu Hai become so strong in these 5 years? Also, why was Gu Hai waving his left hand? Pooh! A muffled sound was heard. Tom saw clearly that there was a bullet between Gu Hai's left index finger and thumb. There was even red paint on the bullet. This is a sniper bullet. Gu Hai caught a sniper bullet. It can't be. Tom's eyes also opened wide. What? The first sniper in the distance also changed his expression. The sniper next to him also opened his eyes wide. No. What's wrong? Fourth master stared blankly. The two snipers didn't know what to say for a moment. This is impossible. Did I see a ghost? I don't believe it. Let's shoot again. The sniper who shot first suddenly panicked. He grabbed the scope and stared at Gu Hai. However, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance was looking at him coldly. It's 1,200 meters. It's impossible to see me clearly, right? The sniper didn't believe it. He aimed at Gu Hai. When he was about to shoot, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance gently flicked his finger and the bullet in his hand was ejected. The sniper suddenly had a bad feeling. Shio! Boom! In an instant, the sniper's head was blown up by Gu Hai's sniper bullet. Oh no, Gu Hai is back with the sniper. Fourth master's expression changed and he immediately hid. One sniper died, but the other sniper next to him had a look of despair. This was because he had seen the entire process through the scope. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. Fourth master, who had lowered his head, shouted, "Quick, quick, shoot Gu Hai. Shoot him to death. That girl is yours. Quick, aren't you the Amazon Sniper King?" No. The living Sniper King immediately refused, his eyes flashing with fear. What? Didn't you fight 10 snipers in the Middle East? Gu Hai has a sniper, but he's not your match. Quickly get rid of him, and I'll double your salary. No, 10 times. Fourth master glared and shouted. No, 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 he's the devil. I want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. The sniper threw down his gun in fear and fled into the distance. Humph. Pa. Fourth master killed the sniper with one shot. Humph, isn't it just Gu Hai? Everyone, load your guns. Kill Gu Hai for me later. Fourth master glared and roared. Yes. Around the manor, there were a large number of people who looked like mercenaries. At this moment, they quickly set up an ambush. In the distance, Gu Hai ejected the sniper bullet and turned to look at Tom. He's so scared that he's bleeding from all 7 orifices. Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Poison, there's poison on my knife, boss, save me, I need the serum, inject the serum into me, I'm going to die, quick, this is the King Cobra's poison, save me, save me. Tom suddenly remembered something and screamed in horror. Let's go. I'll take you to try the car. Gu Hai laughed. No, boss, don't leave me behind. Save me. Tom screamed in fear. Gu Hai ignored him. If it wasn't for his extraordinary ability, the person who would be dead now would be him. With a trace of curiosity, Zhang Yulian followed Gu Hai into the car. The road here was very rugged, and there were many twists and turns. The two slowly drove the car towards a manor in the distance. So slow. Zhang Yulian frowned. It's very slow, but I haven't driven in a long time. I really miss it. Alright, the manor is in front. We're within their firing range. Let's get out of the car and go. Gu Hai smiled and got out of the car. Everything here was very novel. Zhang Yulian listened to Gu Hai. The two walked towards the manor in the distance. At this moment, the manor was surrounded by a sea of beautiful flowers. What flowers are these? There are so many, so beautiful. Zhang Yulian exclaimed. This is called poppy flower. It's not a good thing. Hee, when I planted spices here, I gave a death order. Whoever dares to participate in the drug trade behind my back will all die. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Drugs? This is poison. Where is this? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai. The poorest and most chaotic country on earth, Somalia, Gu Hai explained. At this moment, in the distant building, Mr. C's eyes widened. They're in range. Quick, launch the rocket launcher. Beside Mr. C, a mercenary carried a rocket launcher and aimed at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Boom! A rocket launcher was instantly fired at Gu Hai. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai. Ha 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 ha, die. Mr. C laughed. Mr. C is too nervous. These two people, do they want us to be fully armed? They're dead. The rocket launcher will definitely kill them. Even if they have 4 legs, they won't be able to escape. The group of mercenaries was in a happy mood. Huh? Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They saw Gu Hai in the distance grabbing the shaft of the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher's front collision detonator didn't touch anything, and the rocket launcher didn't explode. At this moment, it was in Gu Hai's hand. This rocket launcher, is it fake? Mr. C questioned. In the distance, Gu Hai turned the rocket launcher and threw it at the building. Whoosh! The rocket launcher was instantly fired at the group of mercenaries. No! Hong! Ah! 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 Instantly, screams filled the air. A large group of mercenaries was killed by the explosion. Mr. C's eyes were about to pop out. Release more, release more, release more. Fourth Master roared. Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. These things can explode? That's right. They are called firearms. Gu Hai nodded. I don't like being passive. I'll help them. Zhang Yulian shouted. As she spoke, she stepped on a rock and crushed it. Then, she lightly kicked it. Swish! 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 A large amount of gravel instantly shot out like bullets towards the arrowheads and bombs in the mercenaries' hands in the distance. It was extremely accurate and instantly ignited countless firearms. Nanny? Mr. C's eyes widened. Boom! 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 All the rocket launchers, bombs, and gasoline barrels exploded. The sound of the explosion soared into the sky, and flames shot out in all directions. The huge buildings of the manor instantly exploded in a thick fire. Chapter 718. Zhang Yulian kicked out and the entire manor was blown up. All the mercenaries died in the fire. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. After the explosion, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the manor. 90% of the buildings were destroyed. After all, there was too much gunpowder stored here. Mr. C was also burned by a barrel of gasoline and turned into a charred corpse. All of them were wiped out. Gu Hai was speechless. What's in the ruins? Are you looking for it? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. I found it. A phone. Gu Hai found a phone and smiled. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. Soon, a voice came from the phone. Who is this? 1,000-mile telepathy. You can do that without Reiki? What kind of treasure is this? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai didn't care. He took a deep breath and said, Director Zhang, it's me, Gu Hai. Oh. Gu Hai. You're still alive. A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm in my Somalia spice manor. The things I gathered last time are all with me. Kangshi's imperial seal, Wu Daozi's painting, Su Dongpa's manuscripts. I won't go into details. I need to bring them back to China immediately. The sooner the better. It's best if there's a flight today. Gu Hai said. Ah. They're all with you. Okay, okay. But the flight to Beijing today might be a little. Director Zhang was in a dilemma. Get 2 fighter jets from the military. That's fine. I need to go back to China today. Time is of the essence. Gu Hai said solemnly. Fighter jets? Brother, do you really think I'm the National Security Bureau? Director Zhang suddenly felt bitter. I don't want these treasures back to China. I'll give them to the Forbidden City Museum, Gu Hai said lightly. Huh? You don't want them? But I don't have the ability to get fighter jets. How about this, I'll inform the Somalia embassy and try to get helicopters for you. I'll also delay the flight to Beijing. That's all I can do. Director Zhang said. Okay, as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. While Gu Hai was speaking, he heard Superintendent Zhang's subordinate report from the other side. Chief, we've locked onto the position, but this spice manor seems to have just experienced a big explosion. The subordinate beside him said strangely. Director Zhang was silent. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, All right, stop looking. I'm in this pile of ruins. Ah, not good, it seems that an armed force is heading in the direction of the manor. Chief Zhang, they will arrive at the manor in at most half an hour. The subordinate said anxiously. Director Zhang opened his mouth and was about to say something when Gu Hai said from the other side, It's Harsen's men. Don't worry. Hurry up and inform the helicopter to come over. Director Zhang was slightly taken aback, and then smiled bitterly, Okay, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang quickly made arrangements. Gu Hai also hung up and looked around at the poppy flowers. Is such a beautiful flower really poisonous? Zhang Yulian said in surprise. Burn this thing that harms people. Gu Hai shook his head. In a hall full of precision instruments, there was a large number of display screens inside. A man in military uniform was looking at a display screen. There were men and women in military uniforms wandering around the hall, constantly busy. Chief, we've already notified. In 2 hours, the helicopter will arrive at the manor in the image. A man in military uniform said respectfully. The chief was Director Zhang in Gu Hai's words. Scholar Gu Hai, 5 years ago, who was responsible for searching for Gu Hai? Didn't they say he was dead? Director Zhang said in a deep voice. I don't know. Gu Hai has been missing for 5 years, there has been no news. A subordinate said bitterly. Chief, Harsen's army must have seen the explosion in the manor, so they rushed over. There's also an armored car. Although the image is not clear, it's very sure that there are only 2 of them. Can they do it? A subordinate frowned. Shaoli, what was your position when you were 30 years old? Director Zhang said lightly. I just entered this intelligence agency. How many elites were there to pick you out? You only entered our agency when you were 30 years old. Do you know what Gu Hai was like when he was 30 years old? Oh, when he was 30 years old, his business had already spread to 30 countries, all from scratch. He loved to play chess and collected chess manuals from all over the world. His business plan was to play chess. He would travel to the Middle East, Europe, the United States, and Africa several times a year. Every time he went out, he could magically double the scale of his business. Harsen. Gu Hai had fought with him a few times. It was not that he couldn't kill Harsen, but he wanted to use Harsen to block the harassment of other small forces. Harsen saw him as an enemy, but he only used Harsen as a watchdog to guard his spice manor. Do you think we still have to worry? Director Zhang said lightly. Yes, I think too much. Director Zhang nodded, but he still stared at the image. Even though Director Zhang believed in Gu Hai's ability, but there were only 2 people in the image. Chief, only the 2 of them are alive, there is no one else. The man in charge of the satellite video said respectfully. Zoom in. The image can only be zoomed in to this extent. The satellite image there is not enough. Is there a record of the previous explosion? Director Zhang asked. No, That place is not a recording area, there is no record. Director Zhang's expression was weird. Half an hour passed in a flash. Chief, look, Harson's equipment is here. Looking at the surrounding fire, he seems to be angry. Gu Hai didn't hide. The previous subordinate was shocked. Also, the surrounding poppy sea is burning, isn't the fire too intense? It's not normal, why is it burning so fast? Another subordinate was curious. What are they doing? Ah. In the hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and opened their eyes wide, looking at the satellite image in disbelief. That woman, she lifted the armored car. Armored car. You lifted it. A soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh, she was thrown away. In the hall, almost everyone rubbed their eyes. That was not a few meters, but at least 1,000 meters. Is this a monster? Harson's men are all dead? Why did they all suddenly die? Someone was surprised. Zoom in, I want to see Gu Hai clearly. Director Zhang said anxiously. Chief, this is the biggest. I really can't see clearly. Everyone is dead, it seems like Gu Hai is saying something to that woman. A subordinate said bitterly. The image slowly returned to normal, but everyone in the hall didn't know what to say for a long time. The scene just now was simply inhuman. Replay the image just now. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. Shaoli, you are an expert in behavioral psychology. Analyze, what was the attitude of Gu Hai and that woman just now? Director Zhang scratched his head and frowned. Yes. Shaoli nodded. After a while, Shaoli said, the image is too blurry. I can't see the expression of Gu Hai and that woman, but from the position they were standing, they should be very relaxed and disdainful of Harson's army. Harson seemed to have said something in the armored car which angered the woman. The woman was angry and lifted the armored car and threw it out. Gu Hai stretched out his hand as if he wanted to stop the woman, but it was all too late. Ah, look, Gu Hai picked up a stone and sprinkled it in his hand. All the militants are dead, that stone should be crushed, and then. After Shaoli finished his analysis, everyone was silent. This matter is sealed. Everything you saw just now, no one is allowed to speak of it. It is a national secret. I will report it to the higher-ups immediately. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in shock. Continue recording. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Very soon, 2 planes came to pick up Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai handed the antiques to the person in charge of the plane and then boarded the other plane with Zhang Yulian. The plane took off. Zhang Yulian was curious, but Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the manor again. The destruction of Harson's army, the destruction of Little Four's army, and Tom's death should be investigated soon. However, Gu Hai didn't care. He wouldn't stay on Earth for long this time. After helping Long Zhanghua and Taiwa revive, he would find Laozi for a chat. Gu Hai was ready to go back. On the helicopter, a soldier and the co-pilot had received orders to observe and inquire about Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. However, he did not dare to say anything from the start to the end. This was because the doors of the helicopter were not closed. The strong winds from the propellers outside were very strong. However, Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai's hair seemed to be very heavy. They did not move at all under this strong wind. The plane was flying fast enough. Zhang Yulian frowned and said, "This plane. It's too noisy and slow. It can only seat a few people. It's not a good thing. It's not even as good as a crane car. Just put up with it. If you're bored, listen to some music." The one in front, do you have music? Gu Hai asked. Music? Zither? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. The co-pilot in front suddenly shouted, Yes, yes, I have music here. As he spoke, he quickly handed over his phone and a pair of earphones to Zhang Yulian. Do you have classical music? Gu Hai asked. Huh? Classical music? I didn't download it. I only have some rock music stored in my phone. The co-pilot said blankly. Rock music? Zhang Yulian was slightly surprised. Rock music? Maybe she can't stand the stimulation. Do you have something else? Gu Hai asked. Who said I can't stand it? There's nothing in zither that I can't stand. Give it to me. Zhang Yulian shouted. The co-pilot immediately switched to rock music. Zhang Yulian learned to put on the earphones and listened. As she listened, Zhang Yulian's face stiffened. How is it? The co-pilot smiled. It seemed that secretly downloading music was very useful. Previously, when the bureau chief called him, he almost peed in his pants. If not for the fact that the number was correct, he would have thrown the phone away and scolded him for being a liar. The bureau chief gave him a task to receive the two of them, but he didn't do anything. Finally, there was music as an entry point. What are you singing? Zhang Yulian frowned. Kacha. Zhang Yulian crushed the phone. My triple-proof phone. The co-pilot was in despair. Before the co-pilot could recover from the sadness of his phone being crushed, Gu Hai handed a shiny yellow object to the co-pilot. Your phone is broken. This is for you. I-oh. The shiny yellow object was too heavy. The co-pilot almost couldn't hold it. It flashed and his hand almost cramped. He looked down. Is this a gold brick? So heavy. So big. Is it fake? Yellow gold. The co-pilot glanced at it and his eyes almost popped out. The co-pilot hugged the gold and took a bite. Is it real? The co-pilot was in a daze of happiness. I have a phone too. Why don't you help me crush it too? The co-pilot said with a hint of envy. Chapter 719. Somalia. Gu Hai's Spice Manor. Not long after Gu Hai left, a large number of helicopters landed on the ruined manor. All the corpses were gathered on a square. A group of forensic doctors carefully examined the corpses. When they were examining the corpses, they were all shocked. Sir, these people's eyebrows are all broken stones. They were killed in one hit. A forensic doctor reported to a man in a military uniform. Sir, that's right. The armored vehicle flew over. There were no tracks on the way. The armored vehicle is a BVS-10 armored all-terrain vehicle. It weighs 14.5 tons and can carry 4 people. A soldier beside him said respectfully. 15 tons? Threw it 1,000 meters away. The officer's eyelids twitched. All the forensic doctors and soldiers around them were at a loss. It was hard for them to accept this result. Record everything and report to the higher-ups immediately. The officer shouted. Yes. Everyone answered. Sir, your phone. A soldier beside him handed over a satellite phone respectfully. Hello. Ah. Commander, yes, we are investigating the manor. Yes, there is no report yet. Yes, someone is here to take over. We should cooperate fully. But, Commander, the chief asked me to. Yes. The officer answered the phone. After a while, the officer said bitterly, yes. Commander, but they are not here yet. Who's there? Suddenly, the soldiers all around shouted loudly. They saw 3 men in black windbreakers standing in the middle of the corpses. The 3 of them were wearing sunglasses and seemed to be inspecting the corpses. Suddenly, a large number of guns were pointed at the 3 men in black windbreakers. The three men were not afraid at all and continued to inspect the corpses. Who are you? The officer stared at them. You said it on the phone. I'm here to take over your mission. Please gather here. The leader, a man in a trench coat, said solemnly. At this moment, the officer also confirmed what the man in black said on the phone. Yes, Commander, I will cooperate fully. The officer hung up the phone blankly. How should I address you three? The officer frowned. My name is Leo. But you won't remember it. The leading man in a windbreaker said lightly. The officer frowned slightly. This man in a windbreaker was very rude. Where did you get your information from? Leo looked at the officer and asked. It's an order from the higher-ups. I don't know the details. The officer shook his head. All right, then please stand here for a moment. Leo pointed at an empty space. Everyone walked over to him. The commander asked me to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do? The officer asked curiously. Look at the pen in my hand, look carefully. Leo laughed. All the soldiers looked at him. Bang! The pen in Leo's hand suddenly flashed like a flashlight. When it flashed, the pupils of all the soldiers suddenly shrank. Then, as if they were hit by a spell, they stood there stiffly. Clean it up. Leo said calmly. Yes. The two men in black behind him waved their hands. Buzz. In the sky above the villa, the lights suddenly dimmed, revealing a huge flying saucer. Looking down from above the flying saucer, it was covered in white fog. Even if there were satellites, they couldn't see anything clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, the armored vehicles, corpses, and evidence on the ground were sucked into a large hole in the center of the UFO. In the blink of an eye, all the evidence below was gone. Leo walked to the front of the soldiers and said softly, "Forget today's mission. You didn't see anything today. Today, the military asked you to do an emergency training. After the training, go back and report immediately. We are doing an emergency training," the previous officer said in a muddle-headed manner. Leo smiled faintly. Together with his two subordinates, they were sucked into the flying saucer. In the flying saucer, there was a group of people in black trench coats. One by one, they were constantly clicking on the precision instruments. My lord, among these clues, there is a phone that made a call 3 hours ago. According to our investigation, the call should have been made to this person 3 hours ago. A man in black tapped on the keyboard and pointed to the big screen. On the big screen, Director Zhang's face slowly appeared. Oh. Director Zhang. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. On the side, there was Director Zhang's resume. In the sky above, there is only an old China satellite that can't record the image. It seems that Director Zhang has all the records. Go and find him. Leo said in a deep voice. Yes. This group of rats finally showed up again. Ha! Leo sneered. Shio! The flying saucer instantly shot into the distance and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After Director Zhang sent the news, he had been staring at the satellite image. Gu Hai's manor had been locked on by the satellite. The military sent someone to check. But soon, a white cloud covered everything. Can't see it? A subordinate said. This cloud is too strange. Everyone nodded one after another. Director Zhang's face changed. You all stay here and watch, I will go out for a while. Half an hour later, in a hall. Director Zhang looked at an old man in front of him. Little Zhang, is what you said true? The old man frowned. Yes, I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Chief, who are they? Will they really target me? Director Zhang said blankly. When the immortals fight, we mortals suffer. That Gu Hai may have obtained an immortal fate. The old man sighed slightly. Ah. Immortal fate? I don't understand. Director Zhang said blankly. Do you think that the ancient myths are all fake? The old man said in a deep voice. Myths? That's right. Those mythical characters are still alive. Alright, don't worry too much. When the time comes, it's only a part of your memory that's sealed. Swallow this spirit protection pill. After 3 days of amnesia, you'll recover your memory. Remember, keep it a secret. The old man said in a deep voice. Director Zhang swallowed the pill handed by the old man. Chief, they are so powerful. Director Zhang was shocked. In your memory, they are as powerful as the immortals. To put it bluntly, at this time, the whole world is under their surveillance. The old man smiled bitterly. It can't be. Director Zhang seemed to be listening to a book. Just pretend that you don't know about this. Deal with it as you should. After this, if you are safe, I will let you enter an organization. As for Gu Hai, he obtained an immortal fate and is very familiar with you. In the future, you will be in charge of Gu Hai's line. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. Director Zhang responded. Go back quickly. I will erase all the records of you coming out. Go back immediately, they may be here. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later. In the hall where Director Zhang was, everyone was still there. At this moment, there was a group of uninvited guests in the hall. A group of people in black windbreakers. They pointed their guns at Director Zhang and the others. The group of people in black quickly operated the machine in the hall. Soon, the image of Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian was exposed. Sir, the image is not clear, only 2 people can be seen. It shouldn't be wrong, it has been deleted. At the same time, all the emails have been recovered. A person in black said respectfully. Leo looked at Director Zhang. Director Zhang, it seems that what you said is true. Who are you? Impersonating the chief's orders and lying to me? Director Zhang stared. Look at my pen. Leo laughed. Peng. The pen shone brightly like a flashlight. Everyone was stunned. Okay, let's go. Leo said in a deep voice. A group of people in black followed Leo out. Director Zhang and all his subordinates were still in a daze. Sir, all the electronic devices along the way are controlled, there won't be any images of us. A subordinate said respectfully. Leo narrowed his eyes and said, investigate this Gu Hai immediately. Find out who he is. Yes. Also, immediately return to Somalia and intercept Gu Hai. Leo said coldly. Yes. Xiao. Everyone stepped on the UFO and instantly shot into the distance. An hour later. Somalia's capital, Mogadishu International Airport. In a hall of the airport. Leo looked at the image on the big screen. Gu Hai and that woman have already boarded the plane. Leo narrowed his eyes at the image. Yes, the plane took off an hour ago. A subordinate said respectfully. Transfer all the satellites in the sky and quickly lock onto this plane. Let's go. Leo said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later, over the Indian Ocean, a plane was flying in the clouds. However, at this moment, there was a UFO floating above the plane. At the same time, a blue light shone down and enveloped the plane. A group of people in black flew down and strangely opened the cabin door of the plane. They entered. In the plane, there was a sudden scream. However, perhaps because of the blue light from the UFO, the things in the plane did not fly out due to the difference in air pressure. Leo led a group of people in black to check. Nothing. Didn't Gu Hai board the plane? Leo stared. I don't know. The stewardess and the captain both opened their eyes wide. Sir, we have checked the black box and some recorded videos. Gu Hai did not board the plane. A man in black quickly stepped forward. Oh no, Gu Hai is still at Mogadishu airport. Let's go back. Leo's face changed. A group of people in black swarmed out. Look at the pen in my hand. Leo shouted. Peng. Everyone forgot everything that happened just now. All the data records were all changed by the people in black. Shio. The UFO turned around and flew towards Mogadishu. The plane continued to fly. When Fei Dai was far away, two figures appeared at the bottom tail of the plane. What was that just now? Zhang Yulian was surprised. The investigation is really fast. They have already found my whereabouts. Humph. Gu Hai looked at the UFO in the distance and snorted. Do you want to chase after it and see? Zhang Yulian frowned. No need. I will return to China immediately. I have to meet someone. Earth? After all, there is no need to stay too long. The time here is different from the time in the Divine Continent. I have to return to the Divine Continent as soon as possible. Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 720. The plane landed at Beijing Airport. Gu Hai didn't contact his old friends and quietly left the airport with Zhang Yulian. He didn't use his old account. Gu Hai had a house in Beijing. Gu Hai drove a car and quietly left Beijing with Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai disappeared into the crowd. Leo, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. Lost? Gu Hai was lost just like that. Inform all departments to strictly guard Gu Hai's information. Planes, trains, hotels, as long as there is a record, report it immediately. Leo said gloomily. Yes. A group of men in black responded. 3 days later. Director Zhang suddenly trembled. When he woke up, his mind suddenly recalled the previous scene. In a hall. Leader, I remember now. Is it true? They all lost their memories. Director Zhang said worriedly. It's okay. They just had a part of their memory sealed. The old man nodded. Then Gu Hai. Director Zhang said worriedly. Gu Hai's records have all been erased. He really knows how to hide. It's been 3 days, and there's still no news. Those people must be anxious. The old man laughed. Gu Hai is gone. He just went into hiding. From now on, you'll be in charge of Gu Hai. Later, I'll bring you to a place, a secret organization, an organization that only targets these immortals. Solemnly the old man said to Leo. Yes. I've already transferred your phone. If Gu Hai calls you, it will be transferred to this phone. After all, your phone may be monitored. The old man handed over a phone. Yes. Director Zhang nodded. Chengdu City, outside Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian wore hats, sunglasses, masks, and casual clothes as they stepped into Qingyang Palace. The person you're looking for is here? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Qingyang Palace? Yes, the last time I came back, it was Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai nodded. The surrounding tour guides kept explaining the culture of Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai looked at the statue of Laozi. Many people were saluting him. Gu Hai, please meet Mr. Li Er. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the statue of Laozi. This is just a sculpture. Zhang Yulian frowned. Gu Hai waited for a while, but there was no response. After walking around the Qingyang Palace, Gu Hai walked out of the Qingyang Palace in confusion. I didn't come out. The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Qingyang Palace with Zhang Yulian, a little Taoist child suddenly said to the two of them, the two of you, is this considered marriage? My family's Taoist priest is very accurate in his calculations. Not far away, the security guard's face darkened. There was a fortune teller soliciting customers at the entrance of Qingyang Palace. It would affect the reputation of the Qingyang Palace. He was about to stop them. Then please lead the way. Gu Hai smiled. The little Taoist immediately led the two of them away. Humph, don't let me see you again. The security guard glared angrily. The three of them walked away. After 7 or 8 twists and turns, they arrived at a quiet and secluded house. The two of you, please. The little Taoist child said respectfully. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the small courtyard. The little Taoist child immediately closed the door. In the hall of the courtyard, a white-haired old man was standing. He looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Honorable guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. However, since you left last time, the Qingyang Palace has been under surveillance, so I can only meet you here. Please forgive me. The white-haired old man immediately adjusted his attitude and smiled. Isn't this the sculpture just now? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Gu Hai recognized it at a glance. It was Lao Tzu, whom he saw last time. Gu Hai greets Mr. Li Er. Gu Hai bowed solemnly to Li Er. You actually returned with your physical body. Good, good, good. Li Er's eyes flashed with joy. I am indebted to you for imparting the complete Tao Te Ching to me. I am very grateful. Gu Hai smiled. Tao Te Ching. He imparted it to you? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu and suddenly found that there was a strange aura on Lao Tzu. This aura was very similar to that of Wanshou Taoism. Lao Tzu transformed into 3 pure ones. He was the one who imparted the complete Tao Te Ching to me. Gu Hai nodded. Lao Tzu also looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. Little girl, your cultivation method is very strange. It is somewhat similar to mine. 6 Immortal Firmament, Taishang. Gu Hai introduced. Oh. Lao Tzu suddenly showed a trace of surprise. I am Zhang Yulian, a disciple of Taishang's lineage. If you are not Taishang, you would not dare to call yourself Taishang. Greetings to Lao Tzu. Zhang Yulian also said in surprise. So there is another Taishang. Ha, I am not alone. Lao Tzu suddenly laughed. Please take a seat. Lao Tzu invited. The little Taoist child quickly served fragrant tea. Lao Tzu looked at the two of them curiously. The two of them also looked at Lao Tzu curiously. How did the two of you come here? Lao Tzu asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian took out a guqin and played it slowly. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, Taishang's long life sound came out. Gu Hai did not understand, but the one sitting in front of him was Lao Tzu. He closed his eyes slightly and listened carefully. He closed his eyes and did not say a word until the song was finished. Lao Tzu suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Lao Tzu, this song is Taishang's long life sound. What do you think? Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu. This is a song of induction. Taishang's way to immortal firmament. Taishang, what a strange Taishang. He actually found a void resonance. Resonating with 2 immortal firmament. Lao Tzu said in surprise. Taishang's long life sound is a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament. Gu Hai smiled. No, it's not a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament. Logically speaking, at most, a thought can be transmitted. Your physical body can't come here, right? At most, it's just a thought. Moreover, one person has to listen to the way of Taishang of 2 immortal firmament at the same time, Lao Tzu said in surprise. Then, Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Only a thought can be transmitted. But our physical body can also come here. Zhang Yulian said in surprise. No, this song can only connect to another immortal firmament. It can't be transmitted. Mr. Good, how did you transmit? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai curiously. Gu Hai was slightly stunned and kept silent. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, "Play it again." Zhang Yulian played the Taishang's long life sound again. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the void. It was Gu Hai activating the heaven-suppressing divine seal. As soon as the black hole appeared, Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. Whoosh! However, when he tried to search, he found nothing. The time is wrong. Although the channel is here, it's not at this time. Lao Tzu frowned. It can't be. Gu Hai stretched out his hand to touch. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Huh? Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes. Lao Tzu looked at this scene in surprise. Zhang Yulian and the Taoist child at the side also tried to touch it. However, they could not touch it. They could see it but could not touch it. Only Gu Hai could touch it. That's weird. Lao Tzu frowned. Does that mean only you can go through the channel? Zhang Yulian said in surprise. Only me. Is it because of the black chess pieces? Only the black ghost stones can construct the channel, and the Taishang's long life sound points the way. The black ghost stones can construct the channel, and only I can go through the channel. However, Zhang Yulian came with me earlier. The aura of a Go Dao formation. Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai in surprise. My Go Dao is pretty good. This passageway is indeed related to the Go Dao. Gu Hai nodded. Is it the same as what Ichio said? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Ichio? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Ichio once said that the immortal dome is not unique. There are black and white in Go, yin and yang in heaven. Naturally, the immortal dome has a positive and a negative. Our immortal dome is positive, so naturally, there is an immortal dome that is negative. In other words, there is another immortal dome. Back then, no one believed his theory. Ichio. I remember that Ichio was the ghost saint during the spring and autumn period. Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Back then, he exhausted his mental and physical strength to condense a black ghost stone. However, I'll look for his will and see if there are any other records. Lao Tzu said with a frown. Condense a black ghost stone. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Was it the one he condensed? It's a pity that the black ghost stone is gone. He exhausted his mental and physical strength and died. What a pity. Lao Tzu sighed. Gu Hai nodded in confusion. As for the black ghost stone that fused with the heaven-suppressing divine seal, Gu Hai did not mention it. By the way, why did you come back to me this time? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. I have 2 souls here. I want to revive them. Mr. Lao Tzu, do you have any resurrection items? I can borrow them from you. I will repay you generously in the future. Gu Hai said solemnly. 2 souls. Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Yes. One of them is a female soul. There is a corpse, but no blood. The other one is a male soul. There is nothing else. Gu Hai nodded. May I know who it is in the 6 Dao Immortal Dome? Is there anyone similar to it in our Immortal Dome? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. One is Taiwa with a human head and a snake body. The other is the emperor of a generation, Long Zhanggua. Gu Hai explained. Taiwa? Niwa? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Maybe. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Maybe it's a coincidence. Niwa died, but there is her blood. I can take you to find it. Another emperor? Long Zhanggua. What did he do? Lao Tzu frowned slightly. Long Zhonghua, the emperor of the Deqian Celestial Empire, has 33 heavenly cities, the imperial court hall, and the Lingshao Palace. It's a bit like the legend of the Jade Emperor on Earth. But, it's just a legend. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Who said the Jade Emperor is just a legend? Lao Tzu shook his head. Oh. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. The Jade Emperor. It's a bit troublesome. If you want to reconstruct the body according to his conditions, you will need some very special materials. But luckily, Sakyamuni and Jesus have them. Borrow them from them. Lao Tzu said after thinking for a while. Sakyamuni. Jesus? They're still alive. Then, should I go to India and Vatican City to find them? Gu Hai asked with confusion. No. Lao Tzu shook his head. Then how? Gu Hai was confused. Lao Tzu waved his hand. The little Taoist beside him took out a computer and typed quickly. Soon, 2 videos appeared in front of Gu Hai. Just a video chat. Wait a minute. Lao Tzu looked at the 2 videos on the computer and comforted Gu Hai. Gu Hai was speechless. Chapter 721. Soon, 2 men came to Laozi's small courtyard. One was a burly Indian. He walked barefoot on the ground, but he was clean. The other was a skinny Westerner, dressed in white, emitting a soft white light. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Laozi spoke casually in the video, but the 2 were shocked. Another perfect immortal dome? Almost at the same time, the 2 threw away their computers and rushed over. Gu Hai from another immortal dome? The burly Indian asked with a smile. Another immortal dome really exists? The Westerner in white was also curious. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Zhang Yulian raised her eyebrows. The aura of Buddha. Oh. The aura of Tai Chu. Gu Hai, nice to meet you, Mr. Shakyamuni and Mr. Jesus. This is Zhang Yulian. Taishang from the 6th Immortal Dome. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian. 6th Immortal Dome. The 2 were surprised. Okay, let's talk later. Did you bring the thing? Laozi asked. Of course. Shakyamuni nodded and smiled. Jesus also nodded. Let's go. Laozi waved his hand. Wang. A void gate suddenly appeared in front of them. This is... Zhang Yulian was confused. Laozi, the Taoist boy, Shakyamuni, and Jesus all entered. Gu Hai followed them with Zhang Yulian. Wang. The void gate suddenly disappeared. The next moment, they appeared above a sea of clouds. It was a huge floating island with many palaces around it. Outside, it was a sea of clouds. A large number of cranes were flying in the distance, and the sun shone down. It was very dreamy. Floating island? This is not the earth just now. This is an immortal dome. Zhang Yulian looked around in surprise. It's not an immortal dome. It's a world that we refine together, a place to hide. Laozi smiled bitterly. Gu Hai looked at the palaces on the floating island. There was a plaque on the biggest palace. Tushita Palace? Old Lord Taishang's residence. Gu Hai looked at the plaque in surprise. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a loud bang. From the inside, a large number of Dao children walked out. The one leading them was an old man who looked a little like Laozi. Is it really Sage Taishang? Gu Hai asked with a strange expression. Then, Elder Taishang walked in front of Laozi and bowed respectfully. Tai Ching, Dowd, greets Laozi. Laozi nodded and said, Taishang, please go to the Nuwa temple and ask for Nuwa's holy blood. Bring it all here. Yes. Old Lord Taishang replied. As he spoke, Old Lord Taishang's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Xiao! 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 As if sensing their arrival, streaks of light shot over from afar. Swish! The first to arrive was a black-robed man. He emitted a torrential sword aura. Tongtian Sect Master. Why are their auras so similar? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened in surprise. The black-robed man looked at Zhang Yulian in confusion. Then, he bowed respectfully to Laozi and said, Shangqing, Ling Bao, greets Laozi. A white-robed man beside him said respectfully, Yuqing, Yuanshi, greets Laozi. Zenyuanzi, Longevity Mountain, greets Senior Laozi. A few Daoist experts bowed respectfully to Laozi. Xiao. In the distance, a golden light approached. Tathagata, greets Venerable Shakyamuni. A man who looked similar to Shakyamuni said respectfully. Streams of golden light shot over. Buddhas appeared one after another and bowed respectfully to Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni nodded. Xiao. More streams of white light shot over. It was a white-robed man. Confucianism, Kong Chiu, greets sages. Mahists, MOD, greets sages. Legalists, Han Fei, greets sages. All the famous people that Gu Hai knew in history flew over. Gu Hai looked at everyone curiously, but he didn't ask in detail. It wasn't the time yet. Xiao. Taishang Laozi suddenly flew back with a group of women. He bowed respectfully to Laozi. Laozi, Nuwa died. Her blood is all here. Didn't you say that Nuwa couldn't be revived? Taishang Laozi asked curiously. Laozi shook his head and didn't explain. With a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams pill furnace of Tushita Palace was moved out. Taishang Laozi assisted from the side. Mr. Good, who should we start with? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Let's start with Long Zhanggua. Okay. Laozi nodded. Kuang. The furnace opened. Shakyamuni, Jesus, thank you. Laozi looked at the two of them. Shakyamuni nodded and took out a golden lotus. Jesus also took out a golden cup full of liquid. Reincarnation golden lotus and holy water, please pour into the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Huff. The two of them quickly poured into the furnace. Laozi also threw a bunch of things into the furnace. Mr. Good, Long Zhanggua's 3 souls. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai curiously. Ha! Gu Hai opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white gas. Long Zhanggua's 3 souls. Because Gu Hai practiced the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, there was a heaven healing pool in his dantian. As long as someone was killed by Gu Hai, his sins and 3 souls would be absorbed into the heaven healing pool. After being refined into the heaven healing pool, the 3 souls would be controlled by Gu Hai. Gu Hai could refine and store them. He opened his mouth and spat out the 3 souls of Long Zhanggua. Laozi waved his hand. Xiao. The 3 souls of Long Zhanggua wrapped in white gas entered the furnace. Start the furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Boom. Taishang Laojun quickly activated the true Samadhi fire and began to refine it. In an instant, the 8 trigrams furnace was wrapped in fire. The materials that were used to reconstruct the body were being refined inside. After 49 days, Long Zhanggua will be able to reconstruct his body. Laozi solemnly said. 49 days? That long? Gu Hai's eyes widened, showing a trace of worry. Don't worry. A day on earth is a year in this world. Laozi smiled. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he nodded. In that case, Gu Hai waited patiently. He could afford to wait for 1 or 2 days. 49 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, more and more experts arrived at the floating island of Tusita Palace. Many legends and historical figures that Gu Hai was familiar with were here. They bowed to each of them before arriving. But they didn't interrupt. Ha! Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the furnace. Boom! The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace exploded. Immediately, 2 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Withdraw! Taisheng waved his hand. Suddenly, the fire disappeared, revealing a strong man inside. The man walked out of the furnace naked. The man's eyes were glowing with golden light, and they shone in all directions. Fiery golden eyes? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai recognized the man when he saw him. Where is this? Why am I here? Gu Hai. The man raised his eyebrows when he saw Gu Hai. Congratulations, Daqiansheng. You have been reborn. Gu Hai said with a smile. While smiling, Gu Hai took out a dragon robe and handed it to the man. The man was Long Zhanggua. He put on the dragon robe and looked at everyone around him with narrowed eyes. Everyone was so unfamiliar. Except for Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian, he didn't know anyone. Where is this? Now, Long Zhan had lost all his cultivation base. But even so, he still had a dragon aura around him. It was as if he was born with it. The fearsome dragon aura caused the faces of the gods and Buddhas around him to change. This was the aura of an absolute superior. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Who? Why haven't we heard of him? This aura could only be felt by the Jade Emperor who had fallen in the past. Do you remember that I told you that there might be other perfect immortal domes besides the 6 immortal domes? Gu Hai said solemnly. Other perfect immortal domes? Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. This is where I was born. Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi looked at Long Zhanggua and said, unyielding might, unyielding to the heavens, the 6 immortal firmament, the strongest person in the world. Long Zhanggua, Mr. Gu has already told me about the 49 days you spent rebuilding your body. I admire you. Oh. Long Zhanggua looked at Laozi. These are the seniors in my immortal domes who fought against the heavens to protect the common people. Gu Hai explained. Li Er, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Shakyamuni, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Jesus, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Kong Qiu, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Solemnly, everyone bowed to him. Long Zhanggua's eyes were full of surprise, but he also bowed to everyone. After that, Long Zhanggua suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, it seems that I am not destined to die yet. Gu Hai, my spiritual light has indicated that you can be trusted. You are indeed a big variable. Daqiansheng, you flatter me. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. De Qian is no longer here, so you don't have to call me Daqiansheng. Just call me by my name, Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua sighed. All right. Gu Hai nodded. These are. Oh, Buddha now. Tongtian sect master. Their auras. Long Zhanggua looked at Tathagata and primogenitor Lingbao. Not only the 2 of them, but there were also some others who were familiar with them. In the immortal world, there will always be similarities in the process. Laozi nodded. Long Zhanggua's eyes flashed with surprise. However, he didn't rush to ask for details. He just nodded gently. Long Zhanggua is resurrected. Next, please help me resurrect Taiwa. Gu Hai said solemnly. While speaking, Gu Hai took out a huge coffin. Lying in the coffin was Taiwa, who was stabbed to death by him. In the past few days, Gu Hai had already mended the hole in his forehead with his heaven-replenishing energy. His physical body is still here, so it is much easier. Laozi nodded. When the coffin opened, there was an uproar. Goddess Nuwa's physical body is still here. Some immortals at the edge of the crowd shouted in surprise. Chapter 722. Do Shui Palace Square. Although Taiwa had a physical body, it was much harder for him to revive compared to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua rebuilt his body and lost his cultivation, while Taiwa had his own physical body and could retain his cultivation. In the furnace of 8 trigrams, Taiwa's physical body, Nuwa's blood, and Taiwa's 3 souls were fused in. Gu Hai and the rest waited patiently. The furnace of 8 trigrams would take 64 days to revive Taiwa. With Taishang Latsu controlling the fire, Gu Hai and the rest were assured. Immortal children brought chairs over. Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, Long Zhanghua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus conversed while waiting for Taiwa to revive. All around them, all the immortals and Buddhas listened respectfully. Primeval Lord of Heaven, go and find all of Ichio's records and last words. Laozi ordered. Yes, Primeval Lord of Heaven. Primeval Lord of Heaven nodded and left. Long Zhanghua gradually understood as he conversed with the rest. Isn't this the Immortal Dome? Is this a world you created yourselves? Long Zhanghua looked around. Yes, the Immortal Dome is only born once every million years. How can it be so easy? Last time, the Immortal Dome fell short of success and completely collapsed. Laozi sighed slightly. My Immortal Dome is also broken. What a pity for the people there. Long Zhanghua sighed. Your Immortal Dome is broken. What a pity. Laozi sighed. At the side, Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The shattered Immortal Dome was in Gu Hai's hands. When he killed the War Dragon Kingdom, he obtained the shattered Immortal Dome. The Immortal Dome was shriveled and completely broken. Gu Hai threw it into the Heaven Mending Pool, hoping that the Heaven Mending Pool would be able to repair it. It was still soaking in the pool. Earth? Who's Heaven? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. His name is 30. Perhaps our universe can also be called the 30 Immortal Skies. Laozi sighed slightly. 30? Gu Hai was puzzled. Have you fought with 30 before? Long Zhanghua asked in a deep voice. Yeah, it's a pity that no one is his match. He has collected all the rules in the world, and there is no spiritual chi. If we didn't make the arrangements earlier, this world would also. Laozi sighed slightly. What kind of world is this? I saw a lot of immortals from Earth. Gu Hai asked curiously. This is a world that we created together, a world that exists in the minds of all living beings. As long as all living beings live, this world will exist forever. It is modeled after the Immortal Dome. Unfortunately, the Immortal Dome is too difficult to construct. Laozi shook his head. To be able to do this, it is already extraordinary. It's not inferior to my Immortal Dome. In fact, it's even more perfect. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes as he sensed the world around him. Then the 3 pure ones here, Tathagata. Did you guys create it as well? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Them? When this world was first created, we all separated a strand of our divine thoughts. Just like the 3 pure ones, they were formed by my chi and slowly became what they are today. Laozi nodded. Before I came here, I was also targeted by someone. A group of people in black. Gu Hai asked curiously. They are just the lackeys of heaven. The one who chased you is called Liu. Heaven gave them some special magic weapons that can seal a part of a person's memory. They are committing crimes everywhere. However, apart from us, there are still people from other countries who are enlightened. They set up their own mortal organizations to deal with Liu. Unfortunately, they are just mortals after all. Laozi sighed slightly. You don't support those mortal organizations that are fighting against heaven's lackeys? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Good and bad people are mixed together. No one can guarantee that there are no spies from heaven. Therefore, we didn't contact them at that time. Even if we did, they were not allowed to enter this world. Laozi shook his head. Then those myths and legends on Earth all happened in this world? Journey to the West? Investiture of the Gods? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Some are real, some are fake. Investiture of the Gods. In this battle, many characters were real. However, it was not a battle between the Jie sect and the Chan sect. It was a heaven-defying action. In the end, it failed and countless people were killed. Our world almost fell short of success and was completely destroyed. Nviwa was also unfortunate after that. Alas! Laozi sighed slightly. Jiayin, Xuanti, also. Shakyamuni sighed slightly. Lucifer, also. Jesus smiled bitterly. Oh. Gu Hai was surprised. So many people were killed. Who was the leader at that time? Gu Hai asked in confusion. It was the Jade Emperor. He also died. He protected our world with his life. Laozi sighed slightly. The Jade Emperor? Isn't he the one in the journey to the west? Gu Hai was confused. That was spread by Wu Qinzhen. Ha, do you think the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of all immortals, is so weak? Laozi laughed. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The Jade Emperor died a long time ago. The journey to the west described only a trace of his remnant thoughts. Moreover, his temperament has changed greatly. He is not the original Jade Emperor at all. Laozi said in a low voice. A world that can hide from the heavens. You are extraordinary. Even the heavens can't find you. Long Zhanggua said in a low voice. Shakyamuni shook his head. A few years ago, something happened. Now, our world is constantly investigating, hoping to find the source. I am worried that this world has been exposed. Oh. Gu Hai's face fell. Tathagata, you say it. Shakyamuni looked at Tathagata. Yes, Supreme One. Tathagata stepped forward. It started from last time. Goddess Nuwa left a piece of 5 colors stone. It absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and gave birth to a stone monkey. The stone monkey was unique. Patriarch Bodhi took it as his disciple and taught it some skills. The monkey was also amazing. In a short time, it learned a lot of skills. However, it was wild and hard to tame. I spent a lot of effort to seal it under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Tathagata said solemnly. Sun Wukong. It's in the journey to the west. Gu Hai said blankly. Tathagata nodded. You've read The Journey to the West? Well, it's that Sun Wukong. Didn't you notice the difference when he was sealed under the 5 Fingers Mountain? Before, he dared to fight the immortals and gods. After he left the 5 Fingers Mountain, his strength was not enough. Tathagata explained. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. In fact, not long after he was suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain, Sun Wukong disappeared. We thoroughly searched the entire world, but there was no trace of him. Later on, we found an ordinary monkey demon to replace him in order to lure him out. However, my disciple, Golden Cicada, walked the entire journey to the western heaven, accompanied by so many gods and Buddhas, but he did not show up. Tathagata Buddha said with a frown. Sun Wukong. We have to be careful when he disappears. Shakyamuni sighed. Sun Wukong. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have created Sun Wukong in the infinite celestial capital with the formation. That Sun Wukong was different from Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Not only did he not listen to his orders, but he could also escape the formation and fly away. No way. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confusion. Ah, it's you. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the group of immortals. Neza, don't be presumptuous. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li shouted. Gu Hai looked at the shocked Neza. Third Prince Neza. You've seen me before? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, I don't remember clearly. I think it was you. I seem to have had a dream in a dream. Maybe I remembered wrongly. Neza shook his head, not daring to speak. There were so many immortals here. He had no right to speak. In a dream? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Apart from Sun Wukong, he had also created Neza to deal with the Qing Emperor. At that time, Neza was also a little strange, but he returned in the end. Mr. Good, did you see Neza in the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Laozi asked. Jesus and Shakyamuni also looked at Gu Hai in surprise. I'm not sure. Maybe it was him. Gu Hai frowned. Oh. Everyone's expression changed. While everyone was puzzled, Yuanshi Tianzuan quickly returned. Deity, this is the will of the chess saint, Yi Qiu. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said respectfully. Laozi's expression changed, and he quickly spread out the will. With everyone's eyesight, they read all of them almost instantly. Soon, he saw a special place among them. The first go is the beginning. The two go pieces are yin and yang. The path of the immortal dome is like a chessboard. The right moves and the wrong moves, and the wrong moves and the right moves. The right moves can't be missing, and the wrong moves can't be missing. One replaces the other to make up for the balance. This immortal world was created by the previous sages, and new laws can be integrated into it. Yi Qiu is not talented, so he integrated the Go Dao array into this world. If someone in the anti-immortal dome uses my Go power to set up an array and summon me, I can increase and decrease my Go power. But what can I do? My Go power may never enter the anti-immortal dome. I'll just treat it as a joke and keep it as a memento. Those were Yi Qiu's original words. Gu Hai, Laozi, and the others' expressions changed, and then they all looked at Gu Hai. This world has the array set up by Yi Qiu. As long as you set up a similar array in the Six Immortal Dome, you can exchange people. Laozi looked at Gu Hai with a change in expression. Gu Hai's expression changed, and then he smiled bitterly. I did summon Sun Wukong, but the time was wrong. I only summoned him a few years ago, but I had the journey to the west when I was on Earth. No, the time of two immortal domes may not be the same. Perhaps there is an irregular difference. Laozi shook his head. So, Sun Wukong was summoned to the Six Immortal Dome by you? Shakyamuni asked doubtfully. I summoned the real Sun Wukong. Not the cloud beast. Gu Hai was also stunned. According to Yi Qiu's theory, he had indeed integrated his own Tao of chess into it. Furthermore, his Tao of chess came from the 100,000 remnant pieces on Earth. The black chess piece was refined by Yi Qiu, and it had helped him refine his Tao of chess. Did Yi Qiu help him with his Tao of chess? You can't lack the right, and you can't lack the wrong. One exchange, one supplement. Only then is there a balance. In other words, you can only summon one person. If Sun Wukong is summoned by you, then Neza can't go and can only dream about it. Unless Sun Wukong comes back, you can only summon one person. Jesus asked doubtfully. The balance of the immortal dome can't be broken, so you can only summon one person. So, if you return to the Six Immortal Dome and send Sun Wukong back through the array, you can still use the Go Dao to summon another person? Laozi's expression changed. Chapter 723. The balance of the immortal dome cannot be broken. You can only summon one person. So, if you return to the immortal dome of the Six Paths and send Sun Wukong back through the formation, you can use the Tao of chess to summon another person? Laozi asked. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, Gu Hai remembered the black hole that appeared when Zhang Yulian was playing the zither. Zhang Yulian, play the Taishang tune of longevity again. Gu Hai frowned. Everyone was confused, but Zhang Yulian suddenly played the zither. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the zither rang out. Gu Hai waved his hand, and another black hole appeared in front of him. This is the passage to the anti-immortal dome. Jesus's expression changed. The entrance to the immortal dome of the six paths. Shakyamuni also touched it expectantly. But Shakyamuni could not touch the black hole at all. Shakyamuni was surprised. The entrance? Long Zhanggua also touched it. Long Zhanggua also missed. Zhang Yulian, you didn't touch it that day at Laozi's residence? Try again. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang tune of longevity while touching it, but still could not touch it. Gu Hai picked up Zhang Yulian. No. Zhang Yulian blushed. There were so many people here. Keep playing. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian did not stop playing. Gu Hai carried Zhang Yulian and stepped into the black hole. Ah! Zhang Yulian fell to the ground. You can't go in. Why can't we enter? Gu Hai's brows furrowed. Why can't I go in? I came with you just now. Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Can't I return to the divine continent? One for one, one for the other. That's how the balance is. Because Sun Wukong is in the 6th Dao Immortal Dome, that's why you can bring one back. Laozi frowned and analyzed. The 6 paths of Immortal Firmament now has Sun Wukong, and the 30 paths of Immortal Firmament now has Zhang Yulian. One for one, one for one. Is this a trade? Gu Hai's expression changed. I can't go back. Zhang Yulian said in shock. Maybe. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Zhang Yulian couldn't go back. If I can't go back, then what about Long Zhanggua and Taiwa? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. They are different. They have already died before, no longer humans, but rather mortals, so they are not included. Furthermore, even if the Long Zhanggua was reborn, everything he had accumulated would be gone. He was no longer the Long Zhanggua of old. If my guess is correct, Taiwa's resurrection will definitely be different. They are now members of the 30 Immortal Firmament. Laozi shook his head. Then what about Gu Hai? Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai. Why could Gu Hai go back? Mr. Good, he might have another adventure. Unfortunately, this adventure can only be returned by himself. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Laozi guessed that Gu Hai had an adventure, but he didn't ask. Since Laozi didn't ask, the other immortals around were curious, but they didn't dare to interrupt. Mr. Laozi, have you ever thought of going with me? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Obviously, Gu Hai also understood what Laozi had guessed. Laozi even guessed the black chess piece. Laozi shook his head. The immortal firmament is a cage. What's the difference between going and not going? Since Taishang appeared there, it means that Taishang is there, and he can't do anything. If I go, everything will start again. It's not necessary. What's the difference between going and not going? Sakyamuni and Jesus heard Laozi's words, smiled bitterly, and nodded. Gu Hai, however, bowed slightly to Laozi and the others to express his gratitude. Perhaps you were able to obtain Ichio's inheritance because of Ichio's wishes. We deliberately messed things up, but it might not be better. Your luck is also your suffering. Bear it yourself. Laozi solemnly said to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do you have to go back? Jesus asked curiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. My family is there. I'm worried. I have to go back. You want to go back? Zhang Yulian's face stiffened, and she looked anxious. In the past, Zhang Yulian didn't care about Gu Hai's feelings. But now, when the two of them were about to be separated into two different worlds, Zhang Yulian finally panicked. Perhaps they would never see each other again in this lifetime. Long Zhanggua, I'm very sorry to bring you here. You may not be able to go back. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I've already died once. It's the same wherever I go. Long Zhanggua shook his head. Can you bring your soul back like how Long Zhanggua came here? Jesus asked with a frown. Maybe, but are you willing? Sakyamuni smiled. Huh? Jesus paused slightly. Commit suicide and let Gu Hai take him away. Rebuild his body in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. His 3 souls were controlled by Gu Hai, and he might not be able to adapt to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Jesus smiled bitterly and shook his head. It won't work. My rebirth this time seems simple, but it's extremely dangerous. Long Zhanggua shook his head. Oh. Everyone was puzzled. During the days when I died, I passed out for a period of time. No, it should be that my soul fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. I don't have the concept of time and space. I have a feeling that I've brushed past destruction. Long Zhanggua shook his head. In other words, there's a certain probability that you'll be worn away by the void while crossing the 2 immortal domes? Laozi frowned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They no longer had the idea of going to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. You can only summon others after you capture Sun Wukong and send him back with the Go Dao formation. Laozi shook his head. Gu Hai, when will you go back? Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai. The time in the 2 immortal domes is irregular. So, I'll go back as soon as Taiwa is resurrected. Gu Hai said solemnly. Before you go back, I'll write you a few letters. I hope my trusted followers won't hate you to the core. Long Zhanggua smiled bitterly. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhanggua, since you're staying here, I can't help you with the things in this mythological world. But I still have some properties on Earth that I can give you. Gu Hai said. Long Zhanggua nodded. Zhang Yulian felt lost. Although she couldn't go to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome with Gu Hai, there was still a way. Maybe Gu Hai could summon her in the future. Maybe Gu Hai could come to see her through Lin Wanner's Taishang Sound of Longevity. Everything was decided by Gu Hai. What if Gu Hai didn't decide? Zhang Yulian's heart was in a mess. Mr. Good, since some things are similar in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, why don't you ask Tathagata and Yuancher to tell you about their cultivation? It'll be convenient for you to rely on when you go back. Laozi said. Thank you. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Some things aren't very useful. Everyone walks a different path. You can only use them as a reference, but you can't make them your own. Sigh, what a pity. As for those divine weapons and magical treasures, you can't take them with you. The 2 immortal domes need to be balanced. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. In the following days, the immortals explained their cultivation methods and experiences to Gu Hai. Indeed, Gu Hai couldn't do these cultivation methods. They weren't on the same path, but that didn't stop Gu Hai from using them as a reference. Gu Hai listened to the immortals' descriptions while organizing Ichio's will. Ichio didn't leave behind any chess records. This was what Gu Hai found most regrettable. Long Zhanggua was also quickly learning about Earth, constantly enriching himself. Long Zhanggua was the same as Gu Hai, they were both good at learning. They didn't stop for a moment and needed to understand everything as soon as possible. 64 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace suddenly opened, and the fire was put away by Taishang. Hey! A woman's voice came from the 8 trigrams furnace. While the immortals were waiting outside, Zhang Yulian flew into the furnace with a set of clothes and put them on Taiwa. Who are you? Taiwa's voice suddenly came. You don't recognize me? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. My head hurts so much. Taiwa seemed to be in pain. Gu Hai was worried outside the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what if you leave? What will happen to your 2 women? My. Ha, Mr. Laozi, did you misunderstand? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Misunderstanding? Not really. I don't know about Taiwa, but we've seen Zhang Yulian these days. She cares about you. Can't you see it? Laozi said with a smile. Gu Hai sighed slightly, then smiled bitterly. But they can't go back. We can only think of a way in the future. Only in the future. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yulian is fine, but Taiwa is not suitable to appear in the Immortal Dome of 6 Paths otherwise, when the Immortal of 6 Paths investigates, it will be. Alas. Then what are you going to do? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, I have a presumptuous request. Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Oh. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian is Taishang of the Immortal Dome of 6 Paths. I have no one to protect me when I leave this time. Please accept Zhang Yulian as your disciple. Maybe you don't like Taishang of the Immortal Dome of 6 Paths, but I can rest assured if she becomes your disciple. Gu Hai said solemnly. You're worried about Zhang Yulian too? Laozi smiled. Kind of. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'll think about it. Laozi shook his head and did not agree immediately. At this moment, Taiwa put on her clothes and was taken out of the furnace of 8 diagrams by Zhang Yulian. As soon as she came out of the furnace of 8 diagrams, she was slightly nervous. She was a little scared when she saw so many gods and Buddhas around her. Taiwa, scared? Gu Hai's expression changed. Is it really like what Long Zhanggua said? My soul was injured when I crossed 2 immortal dominions. She is Taiwa. Taiwa looked at the others and was a little scared. Suddenly, she saw Gu Hai. Benefactor, is that you? Taiwa saw Gu Hai and her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. She quickly ran to Gu Hai. Benefactor? The surrounding people were confused. Even Long Zhanggua and Zhang Yulian were curious at this moment. I'm Xiao Rou. Benefactor, don't you recognize me? Taiwa looked worried. Chapter 724. On the square of Tushita Palace. At this moment, all the deities had left. Only Laozi, Long Zhanggua, Gu Hai, Shakyamuni, and Jesus were left. Taiwa doesn't remember the past anymore. Does he only remember that he is Xiao Rou? Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai with interest. Maybe there was an accident on the way between the 2 celestial dominions. Gu Hai shook his head. Or maybe Taiwa is disheartened and deliberately avoids life. That's why Xiao Rou is leading him. Long Zhanggua sighed slightly. Mr. Good, did you agree? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Agree? But that's not fair to them. I don't know when I'll come back. Maybe I won't come back for the rest of my life. Gu Hai frowned. If you want to come back, you will eventually come back. It doesn't matter if you come back late or early. People have to have something to look forward to. If you don't do anything, it's unfair to them. Jesus shook his head. I can see that Xiao Rou's feelings for you are the most sincere. She doesn't want anything else. Shakyamuni said with a smile. Monk, aren't monks supposed to be indifferent to worldly pleasures and stay away from women? Why did you? Gu Hai looked at Shakyamuni strangely. You can only let go after you have loved. Becoming a monk was because he once had a family. That was why he could become a monk. I've been there before. How can I not know? Shakyamuni said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. I know. But I can't let go of the celestial dominions of the 6 realms, so. Then you have to cherish yourself more. Protect yourself and come back to see them. You have to live for them. Laozi said in a low voice. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Laozi. Laozi's words are the key. I hope the 2 girls can give Gu Hai a spiritual bond. However, it doesn't matter if Laozi says it or not. I can't let them go. Gu Hai, it's hard to repay a debt of love. If you care, then work hard. Don't learn from me and Murong Yen. I only know how to cherish something after losing it. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. I asked for you. Laozi smiled. What? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Laozi. Zhang Yulian, I have already accepted her as my disciple. Why can't Master ask me? She agreed. As for Xiaoro, she also agreed. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, do you have to do this? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Long Zhanghua frowned and said, stop being so wishy-washy. The 2 girls have already agreed. Don't you feel embarrassed? Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded, I'm not being unreasonable. I also agree to this matter. However, if I leave this time, please help me protect them and wait for me to come back. Don't worry. The time of the 2 immortal firmament is not symmetrical. Perhaps you will leave today and come back tomorrow. Laozi smiled. Based on the time of your last departure, you have been away from Earth for 50 years, and you have only been on Earth for 5 years. If there is a pattern, the sage of the 6 paths will wake up in another 50 years, and you have at most 5 years to grow up. At that time, everything will be clear. Long Zhanghua nodded. Don't worry. Jesus and Shakyamuni also responded. In that case, let's prepare. We will hold a grand wedding for you in the Lingshao Palace. Laozi solemnly said. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Earth's immortal world, 3 days later. Lingshao Palace. At this moment, the Lingshao Palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There were countless immortals, groups of Buddhas, and countless Western angels. They all came to the Lingshao Palace to send their blessings to the grand wedding. Yu Lao was the wedding master. The goddess of flowers sprinkled countless petals all over the sky. Gu Hai was dressed in a groom's costume. Beside him, one on his left and one on his right, were 2 brides with veils. Long Zhanghua, Laozi, Jesus, and Shakyamuni were the wedding masters. They sat at the head of the table. Under the red veil, Xiaoro had a silly smile on her face. She felt like she was in a dream amidst the congratulations of the gods and Buddhas. Under the red veil, Zhang Yulian's face was also red. She lowered her head shyly as if she was drunk. Congratulations, congratulations to Mr. Good. Congratulations to Mr. Good, Miss Xiaoro, and Miss Zhang. Congratulations, congratulations. Amidst the countless congratulations, the 3 pure ones, Tathagata, Jehovah, Mary, Brahma, Vishnu, and countless other gods and Buddhas sent their blessings. The time has come. First, bow to the immortal dome and thank the immortal dome for its nurturing grace. Yu Lao shouted. Gu Hai and the other 2 bowed to the heavens and the earth. Second, bow to friends and family. Thank you for your blessings. Gu Hai and the other 2 bowed to the gods and Buddhas led by Long Zhanghua, Laozi, Jesus, Shakyamuni, and the others. Solemnly. Husband and wife, bow to each other. I wish the newlyweds a child soon and that their marriage will last forever. Yu Lao shouted. Gu Hai faced the 2 women and bowed solemnly. The ceremony is done. Send them to the bridal chamber. Yu Lao shouted. Under a burst of heavenly music, the the three of them were quickly sent to the bridal chamber. Quang! The door of the bridal chamber closed. In the outside world, Laozi and the others hosted a huge banquet. Flat peaches, ginseng fruits, Bodhi seeds, happiness fruits, and all kinds of holy fruits, immortal fruits, and divine fruits were served. All the gods and immortals drank to their heart's content. In the bridal chamber, Gu Hai lifted the two women's veils. Benefactor. Xiao Rou said shyly in excitement. Are you still calling me benefactor now? Gu Hai said with a smile. Husband. Xiao Rou's eyes were a little blurred. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. At this moment, Zhang Yulian was a little shy. Husband, husband. Zhang Yulian said shyly with some expectation. Since she let go of the lock in her heart and no longer rejected her love for Gu Hai, this love had been growing vigorously. Now, it had already grown into a towering tree. It was just that she couldn't get rid of her pride. Now, at the moment of farewell, she completely broke out. Wife. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt and gentleness. Zhang Yulian couldn't forget that time when their souls merged. How could Gu Hai forget? Therefore, when Zhang Yulian didn't turn back, Gu Hai didn't hesitate. As for Xiao Rou, he had been avoiding Xiao Rou because he missed Qin Xian. At the moment of Xiao Rou's death, Gu Hai thought everything through. It was too late for regrets. Later on, he let go of his thoughts. Outside. Countless guests. At the banquet. But some people pricked up their ears and listened to the movements in the bridal chamber. Among them, Neza and some other juniors were the most excited. Husband, love me. Buzz. Clap clap clap. The sound was blocked out by Gu Hai in the bridal chamber. But outside, Neza and the others pricked up their ears excitedly. Why is there no sound? Neza frowned. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white light covered Gu Hai's bridal chamber. No one outside could hear the sound inside. Ah. We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Neza and the others immediately said respectfully. It's not polite to eavesdrop. Guanyin Bodhisattva said with a smile. Yes. The immortals had a bitter expression. Laozi and the others sat in the middle of the banquet and waited. The banquet lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the 3 people in the bridal chamber had yet to come out. The immortals waited patiently until the 6th day. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. It was as if a strong airflow rushed out of the bridal chamber. It instantly broke the soundproof barrier cast by Guanyin Bodhisattva. A strong aura was emitted. This is... The immortals were confused. Gu Hai broke through. Long Zhangguo's expression changed. Rumble. They saw a huge phantom of a yellow palace rushing to the sky from the bridal chamber. Buzz buzz buzz. The palace kept growing bigger. Central Celestial Palace. Hall of Merit. Long Zhangguo's expression changed. Buzz buzz buzz. As the phantom of merit rose from the ground, a huge yellow phantom seemed to be squeezed into the palace. Gu Hai's Earth Soul. The massacre in the Azura secret realm has made it grow to the maximum. Long Zhangguo's eyes flashed with expectation. Central Celestial Palace. This is the cultivation of the Earth Soul. The cultivation of the Earth Soul requires merit. Jesus frowned. Do we need to lend some to him? Shakyamuni frowned. Laozi shook his head. No, his merit is no less than ours. Oh. Long Zhangguo looked at Laozi. Xiao Rou has fused with Nuwa's blood. Nuwa once mended the heavens, and Nuwa even sacrificed herself for the Immortal Dome. The Immortal Dome has already bestowed countless merits to Nuwa. Even Fushi's merits were given to Nuwa. That's why there's no need to worry. In terms of merits, we might not even have more than Nuwa. Nuwa died, and her merits are in her blood. Because Xiaorou was reborn, all her merits are in her hands. Gu Hai needs merit points. It's too easy. Laozi laughed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The central celestial palace continued to grow taller. As it grew taller, the celestial gods in the sky widened their eyes. Guanyin Bodhisattva, how big is your central celestial palace? Neza looked at the huge central celestial palace in the distance in surprise. When I first broke through, it was only 1 zhang palace and 5 inches of earth soul. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook his head and praised. How about now? 300 zhang palace and 10 zhang earth soul. Guanyin exclaimed. Gu Hai's central celestial palace had reached a height of 500 zhang and was still growing. Husband, I have merit points to help you break through. Xiaorou's voice sounded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The central celestial palace grew taller and taller. Gradually, it reached a height of 100 zhang before stopping. Gu Hai's earth soul was also growing rapidly. It only stopped when it reached 64 zhang. Weng! Gu Hai's earth soul shone with golden light. It seemed to illuminate the surroundings in an instant, for 90 zhang human soul and 64 zhang earth soul. They are both perfect human souls. The central celestial palace has reached the limit of perfection again. Long Zhanggua said with a wry smile. When others cultivate the central celestial palace, they only need to fill up a pool of water. Gu Hai's earth soul is as big as a sea. How long will it take to fill it up? Neza looked at Gu Hai's huge human soul blankly. Laozi and the others were also worried. Others cultivated slowly. They first reached the central celestial palace and then went back to expand their human soul and earth soul. Gu Hai reached the central celestial palace in one step. If he wanted to upgrade, it would be harder than climbing the sky. Don't worry about him. When he was cultivating his human soul, we were also worried. But he reached the great completion of human soul in less than a year. Long Zhanggua shook his head. All right. Everyone sighed slightly and nodded with a trace of worry. Whoosh! Suddenly, the central celestial palace and the earth soul shrank back into the bridal chamber. Husband, how was it? Zhang Yulian's voice came from the bridal chamber. I broke through the first level of the central celestial palace. Thank you, my wives. Gu Hai's voice came from the bridal chamber. I don't know why, but just now. I also broke through the central celestial palace. Moreover, I have returned to the peak of the central celestial palace. I am only one step away from the central celestial palace. Zhang Yulian's voice came. I seem to have been going to the central celestial palace. Xiaorou's voice came. Your dual cultivation method? Zhang Yulian's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chapter 725. After the wedding, Gu Hai accompanied Zhang Yulian and Xiaorou for a year. Zhang Yulian's cultivation had reached Heavenly Palace, and Gu Hai was relieved. A year in the Immortal Realm was a day on Earth. During this year, Gu Hai did not return to Earth. During this time, Long Zhanggua had learned a lot about Earth. In just a year, Long Zhanggua's cultivation had reached the Yuanying state. You're leaving? Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai. Yes, I have to go back as soon as possible. I'll find a way to come back. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'll inform Laozi and ask them to send you off. Long Zhanggua said. All right. But are you sure you don't want to cultivate in the Immortal Realm? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanggua. I'll go to Earth and follow Earth's rules. Long Zhanggua laughed. Oh. Long Zhan said, last time, I failed. This time, I will naturally be different. Although this celestial realm is blessed by the heavens, it is still a bit fake. The outside world is the real thing. I just happened to reach a bottleneck. These are all my accounts. You can use the money in them first. I'll leave my businesses to you. Gu Hai handed over a book. Don't worry, they'll all be the Qian Group's businesses in the future. I promise you that your businesses will never stop, even if they're operating at a loss. Long Zhanghua laughed. The Qian Group? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, don't you need an identity to survive on Earth? Long Zhanghua laughed. A day later. Director Zhang received a call. Hello. Is this Gu Hai? Where are you? What? Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Director Zhang said excitedly. Over the past few days, he had come into contact with an organization and learned a lot of exciting news. This organization was formed by members secretly arranged by the governments of various countries. Although they had fought with the group of men in black many times, they had never won. However, the secret members of each country knew that there was a higher-level organization that was fighting against the men in black. They were the mythical figures of various countries. China's Laozi, India's Sakyamuni, Vatican City's Jesus, Greece's Zeus, and so on. A large number of historical and mythological figures existed, but there had never been a chance to connect with them. Although the organization had requested many times, the mythical figure had never bothered. Now, Gu Hai seemed to have made a connection. As for Superintendent Zhang, he had gotten in touch with Gu Hai. He was worried that Gu Hai would not contact him. Now that Gu Hai had contacted him, Superintendent Zhang naturally wanted to see Gu Hai immediately. Whether it was through patriotism or the sympathy of the oppressed people, he had to persuade Gu Hai to let the mythical figure get in touch with his organization. Director Zhang immediately found a fighter jet and flew himself to the East Sea. Above an island in the East Sea. The pilot looked at Superintendent Zhang blankly. Chief, are you really going to jump from here? Don't talk nonsense, go back by yourself and watch your mouth. Today is a secret mission, don't leak anything. Superintendent Zhang ordered. Yes. Superintendent Zhang replied. Xiao. Superintendent Zhang was ejected. The plane quickly flew back. Opening the parachute, Superintendent Zhang headed towards the center of the island. The center of the island was already full of people at this moment. When the parachute fell, Superintendent Zhang began to rub his eyes. Who is that? Buddha Tathagata. And the 3 stars of Fu, Lu, and Shou. Third Prince Neza. Guanyin Bodhisattva. Jesus? Angel? Superintendent Zhang felt that his heart was beating violently. Before coming, Superintendent Zhang thought that he would only see Gu Hai. If he wanted to see some mythical figures through Gu Hai, he would need a lot of time to get used to it. But now, he had just arrived, and there were so many immortals. Could it be an imitation show? Gu Hai had only been here for a few years, how could he have such a big face to invite so many immortals? Who? The parachute landed in the center of the immortals. Gu Hai was comforting 2 beautiful women at this moment. All the immortals looked at Superintendent Zhang. Superintendent Zhang's expression was very strange. Gu Hai. Superintendent Zhang called out with uncertainty. Oh, Superintendent Zhang, you are here. Come, let me introduce you, this is Laozi. This is Shakyamuni, this is Jesus, this is Long Zhanghua. Gu Hai introduced a few important people. Ah. Laozi? Hello, hello. Shakyamuni. Sorry for not greeting you. It was really not my idea to destroy the temple last time. I will go to the temple tomorrow to burn some incense for you. Jesus? I went to the church to attend a wedding last month. You really look like the one on the cross. Superintendent Zhang shook hands with everyone with a strange expression. Looking around, if it was not an imitation show, then what he saw today would be enough to shock him for a lifetime. Look, that is Guanyin Bodhisattva. That is Buddha Tathagata. Was that Jehovah? And Lao Jun Taishang? Director Zhang was so excited that he felt dizzy. Director Zhang, I invited you here this time because I have something to trouble you with. Gu Hai said. No problem, Mr. Good, and all the immortals, just tell me. Director Zhang said excitedly. This is my friend. His name is Long Zhanghua. Yes, he wants to register a company. Please help me with the procedures. Otherwise, it will be too slow. Gu Hai handed over a pile of documents. Director Zhang. After receiving Gu Hai's materials, Superintendent Zhang had a feeling that this group of people had teamed up to trick him. A large group of immortals, asking him to go through the back door to register a company? That didn't seem right. Let's call it De Qian Limited Liability Company. Also, we might need to set up some branches overseas. When the time comes, we will need some procedures and lawyers. Please help us. Gu Hai explained. De Qian Limited Liability Company? Huh. Okay. Director Zhang was confused. He didn't know how he agreed. Director Zhang, I'll have to trouble you next. Long Zhanghua smiled. The immortals in front of him said that there would be trouble. Director Zhang felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. Okay, I'll do it well. Don't worry. But, how do I contact you? Director Zhang asked strangely. Yes, I just asked someone to get a phone set up yesterday. We can just change numbers. Long Zhanghua smiled. Huh. Oh, okay. Director Zhang was in a daze. Were these people immortals? It's about time, Yulian. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with reluctance. Xiao Rou's eyes were slightly red. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly. Husband, we'll wait for you. Xiao Rou nodded with red eyes. Husband, take care. Zhang Yulian didn't cry. However, Gu Hai felt the pain in Zhang Yulian's heart. Ding, 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 ding. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang longevity tune again. Gu Hai waved his hand. Wang! A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Husband, this zither is for you. This zither is sealed with my Taishang longevity tune. As long as you carry this zither, it will keep vibrating the Taishang longevity tune for 10 days. Zhang Yulian handed over the zither solemnly. Gu Hai took the zither. No one played it, but the strings kept vibrating. Reluctance flashed in his eyes. He kissed Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou's cheeks. Take care, I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay. The two girls nodded. In a modern room. Beep, 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 sir, there's news. Just now in the East China Sea, a China fighter jet deviated from its flight path and turned around above an island. The satellite image of that island is now covered by clouds. Someone might have gone there. A man in black rushed in front of Leo. Gu Hai came out. Let's go. Leo stared. Xiao. Leo led a group of men in black onto a flying saucer and instantly flew towards the island where Gu Hai was. The flying saucer was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the island where Gu Hai was. On the island, there was a black hole. Gu Hai was carrying a zither and was about to enter. Ah! Flying saucer. Director Zhang's expression changed. Men in black appeared. What should we do? In the UFO, Leo's expression changed. What? They are all here. Oh no, there are so many of them. We can't stop them. Quick, let's go. Inform the others. Quick, quick. Boom. But at this moment, a red tasseled spear pierced through the flying saucer. No, no! The men in black screamed. The flying saucer was pulled over by Neza's red armillary sash. Seal the treasure. Don't let them reveal our tracks. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li shouted. TSK, 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 TSK. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly threw out a large number of sabers from his storage space. Boom! In an instant, all the men in black were killed. There was no spiritual chi on earth. However, Gu Hai's strength was extremely terrifying. The flying saucer was instantly torn into pieces. All the heads of the men in black flew out. Ah! Director Zhang's expression changed as he exclaimed. Gu Hai is so powerful. Just in time. I will take their souls and transmigrate again. Let's see what their souls will become. Gu Hai said. He wrapped his hand around the flying saucer and the corpses and pulled them into the black hole. Shio! Gu Hai stepped into the black hole. The entrance of the black hole slowly disappeared. Husband, you have to come back soon. Xiao Rou said. Blarg! Zhang Yulian suddenly retched. What's wrong with you? Laozi frowned. Master, I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yulian shook her head. Si Hang, come and take a look. Laozi looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva with a trace of expectation. Guanyin walked closer. Suddenly, a red light appeared in her eyes. She looked for a while and said happily, Congratulations, junior sister. You are pregnant. Ah. I'm pregnant. Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. She slowly touched her belly. Ha 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 ha, this is good news. Let's go back and celebrate. Laozi was the happiest and laughed loudly. Laozi didn't make any request for Gu Hai. However, this request was the biggest one. Laozi had been matchmaking Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou to be husband and wife in order to completely tie down Gu Hai's heart. Laozi had a vague feeling that perhaps, Gu Hai could play a big role in the hope of the world. As long as Gu Hai's heart was tied down, he would never give up the earth. Now, Zhang Yulian was pregnant. This was what Laozi wanted to see the most. He waved his hand and the entrance of the celestial realm suddenly appeared. A group of immortals and Buddhas entered. The entrance of the celestial realm opened and disappeared quickly. Director Zhang was the only person left on the island. He was at a loss. Slap! Director Zhang slapped himself. It was like a dream. Everyone is gone. Was I dreaming? Director Zhang was sure that he wasn't dreaming when he saw the document in his hand. The document said, De Chien Company, Limited. Chapter 726. In the tunnel. Gu Hai traveled for 3 days. Finally, he saw a bright exit. Gu Hai immediately flew out of the exit, and the exit suddenly disappeared. Bang! Gu Hai landed on a sea. It's this feeling of spiritual energy. I'm back. Gu Hai clenched his fists. Immediately, he took out a flying boat and flew up. On the flying boat, there was a pile of corpses. They were the corpses of Li O and the others. However, at this moment, they had strangely turned into a pile of bones. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Gu Hai checked the souls in the pool of retribution. After the death of the men in black, their souls were all thrown into the pool of retribution. But at this moment, this pile of souls seemed to have melted. They're all destroyed. Gu Hai's face darkened. The souls of Li O and the others were all melted into nothingness. It seems that this method still doesn't work. Back then, Perhaps the three souls of Long Zhanggua and Xiao Rou were stronger, so they could barely pass through. Others. Gu Hai's face darkened. He reached out and burned the corpses. Gu Hai looked at the huge flying saucer. Rumble. Gu Hai quickly dismantled the huge flying saucer. There wasn't much that could be used. The flying principle was only some hydrogen energy, but it was far inferior to the magic treasures of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The only thing that caught Gu Hai's attention was a pen. Li Ou's pen that made people lose their memories. I said that there's a trace of the sealing power of the time attribute mixed in it. Time attribute? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and carefully put it away. There was only one amnesia pen. Gu Hai didn't have the ability to analyze it for the time being, so he put it away for the time being. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked around. This is the sea where the Solar Divine Shrine is located. The Fusang tree is gone. That giant monument? Rebelling against the ranking list. Gu Hai looked at the giant monument. All of the names on the stele disappeared, and each time a name disappeared, the stele would be covered with blood. 3,000 people, all dead? Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Guqin figurine. He wanted to contact the infinite celestial capital. However, when the Guqin figurine was taken out, there was no sound at all. Oh. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He had already set up the Guqin figurines in the vicinity of Solar Divine Palace. The Guqin figurines could send messages over 1,000,000 miles, but there was no signal at all. Did that mean that all the Qin figurines within 1,000,000 miles were gone? Gone. The principle that he had set back then was to spread the net all over the world. The Qin terracotta figures would only increase in number in the world and not decrease in number. What if the Qin terracotta figures nearby disappeared? Did something happen? Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed something. With Gu Hai as the center, a rolling golden aura suddenly gathered. Boom! However, the surging luck came out of nowhere, increasing in number. Amidst the rumbling, a storm-like luck slowly gathered above Gu Hai's head. After Gu Hai left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, the luck of the Han Dynasty disappeared with him. It wasn't that the luck had scattered, but that it couldn't find a person to gather it. Now, with the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as proof, as long as Gu Hai appeared and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, it would prove to the heavens and earth that Gu Hai had returned. With Gu Hai's appearance, the scattered karmic luck naturally gathered. That was not all. Apart from the luck of the Han Dynasty, the amount of luck in front of him was still increasing. It was the luck of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty that Gu Hai had seized when he killed the Long Zhanggua. There were two ways to increase one's luck. One was to slowly accumulate as the population of the country increased. The other was to expand the territory and seize the luck by killing the monarch. Long Zhanggua had the luck of the Deqian. After he was killed by Gu Hai, the luck of the Long Zhanggua naturally gathered in Gu Hai's hands. Although a lot of it had been seized after the changes in the Deqian territory in the past few years, Gu Hai had also obtained a lot more. More and more, the luck seemed to be slowly gathering, as if it was nurturing something. Nurturing a dragon, is this the rhythm of the Jin dynasty? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Although he was looking forward to it, Gu Hai still held back. He threw the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble. The rolling luck suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal like the collapse of a heavenly river. The seal had the ability to store luck, so it was all stored in the seal for now. The rolling luck was vast, and it took an entire day for all of it to be stored in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Wang. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal gave off a dazzling golden light. Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. I wonder how the Han dynasty is doing. I have to go back quickly. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Han Dynasty. After flying for an entire day, Gu Hai's Qin figurine suddenly sensed something. Oh! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The fact that the Qin figurine sensed something meant that there were other Qin figurines. However, the words of the Qin figurine made Gu Hai's expression sink. The great emperor dynasty has already sent troops to the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty has been defeated and is about to be finished. They are competing with the Sky Chess Pavilion, right? Takeshi Ryushin did not subdue the Dahan, so the Sky Chess Pavilion wants to use this opportunity to make a move. The Han Dynasty? They are so cowardly. Haha, their treasures and territories are being snatched away, and they can only watch and not dare to send troops? Haha, why don't we try too? It's not just you. The Han Dynasty is a juicy piece of meat now. Many forces want to take a bite out of it. Many forces have already started to move. Voices came from the Qin figurine one after another. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai did not know who used the Guqin figurine to send the voice transmission. However, he was sure that it was not someone from the Han royal dynasty. The Han royal dynasty had a very strict procedure for sending voice transmissions. Who sent the voice transmission? Why was there a Qin figurine here? If it was not from the Han dynasty, then there was only one possibility. The Qin figurine's message was exposed. Maybe the Han dynasty figurine was stolen, or maybe Yunmo worked with someone else. Exposed? Gu Hai understood that the secret of the Qin figurine could not be hidden for long. After the Long Zhanghua found out, many people in the Deqian knew about it. Sima Changkong, Long Outyen, and the Long Sanqian all knew about it. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. Since the Qin figurine was exposed, Gu Hai would not use the Qin figurine to send a message. While listening to the Qin figurine's voice, he flew into the distance. On the third day, Gu Hai finally met a group of fox demons who were having a feast. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly descended from the sky. Who is it? Suddenly, the group of fox demons glared at him and shouted angrily. Only the fox demon king, who was the leader, suddenly showed a look of fear. Gu Hai. You know me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah. Is it really you? Gu Hai, you are not dead? The fox demon king exclaimed. King, this brat came out of nowhere. Let me kill him. A fox demon shouted. Shut up, all of you, back off. The fox demon king shouted angrily. Yes. The group of fox demons said blankly. Ancient Emperor, you are not dead. I used to be a little demon in the Solar Divine Palace. I have seen you before. Ancient Emperor, I am not targeting the Han Dynasty. I have never set foot in the Han Dynasty. The Fox Demon King said worriedly. You know me. That's great. Don't worry, I am not here to kill you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah, yes. The Fox Demon King immediately said respectfully. How long has it been since the Solar Divine Palace was destroyed? Gu Hai asked. It has been 5 years since all the people fell into a coma. Ancient Emperor, you don't know. Are you in seclusion? The Fox Demon King said in surprise. 5 years? Gu Hai's face fell. The two immortal firmament realms were indeed not symmetrical in terms of time, and it was an irregular asymmetry. Although it had been more than a year in the immortal realm on Earth, it had only been about 10 days on Earth. Including the 6 days in the tunnel, it had only been about 10 days. 5 years? 5 years? Did something big happen? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I don't know. I am just a little demon in the Yuanying state. The Fox Demon King said in fear. Pick what you know and what you have heard. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, yes, I know some news. It seems that the heavens are no longer monitoring Tianyuan Island in the Thousand Island Sea. The Sky Chess Pavilion has reappeared and is recruiting disciples. Oh right, I heard that the Qing Emperor has pledged his loyalty to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King recalled. Ridiculous. The Qing Emperor is already dead. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, I know. In Shinong City, the ancient emperor killed the Qing Emperor with his own hands. However, the Sky Chess Pavilion used some unknown ability to resurrect the Qing Emperor. It's true. Now, everyone knows that in the Dian dynasty, the Qing Emperor's subordinates are overjoyed and have all gone to join the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King explained. The Qing Emperor has been resurrected? Impossible. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai had killed the Qing Emperor with his own hands. After being killed by Gu Hai, the three souls would enter the transformation pool. Gu Hai remembered that when the Qing Emperor's broken soul entered the transformation pool, he had completely refined it into the heaven-replenishing power. Resurrected again? That was impossible. It's true. Now, everyone knows, the Fox Demon King said with certainty. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. He did not argue. What others saw might not be true. There was definitely something wrong with the Qing Emperor. Perhaps, he was not the real Qing Emperor. Continue. Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King. Yes, it said that the ancient emperor killed the Long Zhanggua in the end. After the Deqian Celestial Empire was destroyed, many forces wanted to divide the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, Long Zhanggua's two sons mobilized the former Deqian Celestial Empire and established a new empire. The Fox Demon King explained. Two sons? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes. In the past, the Deqian Crown Prince, Dragon God Ing, established the Deqian Empire as the Ing Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire. In the past, the Deqian's third crown prince, Takashi Ryushin, established the Deqian Empire as the emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire, the Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin. He's still alive. Didn't he die in the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation? Gu Hai frowned. Legend has it that the former Takashi Ryushin was only one of his clones. His original body did not participate in the War of the Heavens. Legend has it that he has been in seclusion for 100 years and has just come out. The Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin. A clone? Gu Hai's face darkened. Takashi Ryushin did not participate in the destruction of the Solar Divine Palace? Then what he saw before was only one of Takashi Ryushin's clones. Yes, I heard the same thing. I heard that martial emperors are extremely powerful. Not long ago, there was an emperor who coveted the North Sea Dragon Palace and wanted to conquer the dragons of the Dragon Palace. In the end, the martial emperor went and defeated the emperor in one move. He also subdued the North Sea Dragon tribe. The Fox Demon King explained. Ing Emperor. Martial Emperor. Long Zhanggua's sons are not easy to deal with. No wonder. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanggua had given him a few letters, but none of them were for his sons. He had even warned him to be careful of them. At that time, he found it strange. Wasn't Dragon Goding the only one who was still alive? He was him. Why did he have to add them? How is the Han dynasty now? Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King. Chapter 727. Han Dynasty, Boundless Heavenly Capital, Soaring Palace Hall. The dragon throne in the Soaring Palace Hall remained empty. No one sat there, and no one dared to sit there. There was a chair under the steps of the dragon throne. Chen Tianshan sat on the chair, wearing long robes. He looked at the officials standing respectfully on both sides. At this moment, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez were not in the royal court. Reporting to the Tianshan sovereign, the great martial dynasty has already captured Linxian City and Linying City in the north, an official reported respectfully with an unsightly expression. Got it. Is there anything else? Chen Tianshan asked indifferently. Your Highness, are we just going to ignore the great martial dynasty's invasion? Are we just going to let them capture the cities of my Han dynasty one after another? That official asked anxiously. Huh? Chen Tianshan looked at that official with a sullen expression. Your Highness, when the emperor was around, when did my Han dynasty suffer such humiliation? The great martial dynasty is strong, but my Han dynasty is not that easy to bully either. This old official is willing to lead troops north to face the great martial dynasty's army. Your Highness, please allow it, that official said solemnly. Military matters are not up to you to decide. Lord Zhang is a loyal patriot. This king will remember this. If there is nothing else, please return to your posts first. Chen Tianshan shook his head. Your Highness. That official appeared anxious but could not do anything. Your Highness, including the great martial dynasty, there are already 6 factions invading my Han dynasty. There are also 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties continuously invading my Han dynasty's territory. Are we just going to do nothing? The great martial dynasty is strong, and we might not be able to do anything. However, why are those 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties not sending troops to stop them? If we send Lord Gao Xianji, she should be able to quell the chaos quickly, another official said anxiously. This king understands. Chen Tianshan said seriously. Your Highness, while the emperor is not around, 20 cities of my Han dynasty have already been plundered. Even the zither figurines are being plundered by the various large factions. Are we just going to endure? How long can we endure? This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy, another official shouted. This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy. This lowly official is willing to lead the troops to defeat the enemy. One by one, the officials requested to fight. Shut up. Chen Tianshan glared at him. The officials immediately stopped and asked for permission to fight. Today's meeting will end here. This is a major military matter. How can it be a game? Without this king's tiger tally, anyone who dares to mobilize troops will be treated as traitors. Humph. Chen Tianshan snorted coldly as he stood up. Chen Tianshan flung his sleeves and left. The moment Chen Tianshan left, there was an uproar in the Soaring Heaven Hall. Humph, why did the emperor choose Chen Tianshan as regent? The king of Tianshan. You don't have any ability at all. When you meet with difficulties, you become a coward. That's right. Gao Xianji wants to lead troops to quell the rebellion, but Chen Tianshan won't let her. Why is Lord Mo unwilling to participate in politics? If Lord Mo were to lead the officials, it would definitely be better than Chen Tianshan. That's right. The territory of the former Daewon imperial dynasty was won by Lord Mo and Lord Gao. How can the king of Tianshan squander it as he pleases? How hard was it to conquer these cities? You just throw it away like that, and you don't care at all? The officials grumbled. As Chen Tianshan walked out of the Soaring Heaven Hall, he showed a bitter smile. Clearly, every court session was incredibly tiring for him. At Gao Xianji's residence, at this moment, a guest arrived. Solemnly, this person bowed to Gao Xianji. Lord Gao, long time no see. Mr. Sima. Gao Xianji's expression sank. Sima Changkong was dressed in white and looked very elegant. He looked at the many scrolls in the study and smiled faintly. Lord Gao, many factions have sent you solicitations over the past few years, right? Oh. Mr. Sima came quietly today just to tell me this? Gao Xianji retorted coldly. The disappearance of the Han dynasty's luck already explains everything. Although I admire Gu Hai's abilities, the facts cannot be changed. How long are you going to wait, Lord Gao? Gu Hai is already dead. After the heaven-defying battle at Longzhonghua, Gu Hai has already fallen. Sima Changkong sighed softly. How dare you? Gao Xianji glared at him. Lord Gao, actually, you think so too, don't you? What's the use of lying to yourself? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Gao Xianji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. If Gu Hai was still alive, he would have come back long ago. Seclusion. It might make sense for others, but you know Gu Hai so well. Why would he be in seclusion for so long? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Humph. Gao Xianji snorted coldly. There is no need to doubt Lord Gao's abilities. Everyone knows that. With Lord Gao's abilities, he would be an honored guest no matter where he goes. Furthermore, Lord Gao has an army of 100,000 peak nascent soul realm or lower heavenly palace soldiers. It would not be difficult for him to start another dynasty. Why does Lord Gao need to wait in this Han dynasty? Why be willing to be inferior to others? Sima Changkong advised. You really know a lot. Gao Xianji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. Gu Hai is already dead. The boundless heavenly capital is just Gu Hai's gravestone. What is the point of you guarding this gravestone? What is Qin Tianshan capable of? Is he as capable as you? He is muddle-headed, cowardly, and pedantic. Ha! Gu Hai made such a person the Tianshan king. Does Lord Gao not feel wronged? What is he capable of? How can he compare to you? Lead an army? Mentor a government? Even an army? Can he compare to you? You have 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Sima Changkong tried to persuade Qin Tianshan. Gao Xianji could accept Shao Chen belittling Qin Tianshan earlier. However, when Shao Chen mentioned his 100,000 heavenly soldiers, Gao Xianji's eyelids twitched involuntarily. I have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but Qin Tianshan has 500,000 heavenly soldiers. Mr. Sima, are you done? If you are, please leave. This humble one will not send you off, Gao Xianji said sullenly. Gao Xianji spoke very heartlessly. However, Sima Changkong's eyes lit up. Gao Xianji did not rebuke him. Did this mean that Gao Xianji's heart wavered? Lord Gao, I know that you are capable. With your abilities, it would not be difficult for you to establish a dynasty. However, can you do what Gu Hai does? His Majesty is determined to get you. If you do not obey, His Majesty will destroy you at all costs. After all, you are too smart. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Takashi Ryushin. Ha! He wants to kill me. Gao Xianji glared. Kill? It is not just His Majesty. The people of the various major factions think the same. If you do not join a faction, they will definitely destroy you to eliminate future problems. Otherwise, it will be problematic when you compete with them in the future. How can those dynasties and sects compare to my great martial emperor dynasty? Before this humble one left, His Majesty already said that as long as Lord Gao joins the great martial emperor dynasty, His Majesty will make you the top commander of the army. You will be below one person and above everyone else. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Ha! Takashi Ryushin really thinks highly of me. Gao Xianji narrowed his eyes. It is not that he thinks highly of you but that he admires you greatly. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Lord Gao, you can only bring out your full potential under the person who admires you the most. What can you do under Qin Tianshan? He is just a good-for-nothing. Don't you feel wronged? Even as an outsider, I feel wronged for you. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Perhaps this touched Gao Xianji's sore spot. Gao Xianji clenched his fists and said, Mr. Sima, please. I won't be sending you off. Gao Xianji was officially expelled. Sima Changkong also knew that it was about time. If he said anything more, it would be counterproductive. Standing up, Sima Changkong bowed slightly and said, in that case, this humble one will take his leave. Before you leave, I hope that Lord Gao will consider this. His Majesty has already made it clear that as long as Lord Gao is willing, the doors of the great martial emperor dynasty will always be open to you. Humph. Gao Xianji snorted coldly. Sima Changkong slowly left. Gao Xianji sat down, feeling somewhat tired. Gao Xianji looked in the direction of the royal court in the distance. He appeared somewhat confused. Gao Xianji's subordinate, Bai Lishan, quietly walked over after sending off Sima Changkong. Lord, Mr. Sima might not be wrong. Qin Tianshan is not worthy of being above you. Bai Lishan advised. Get out. Gao Xianji shouted. Yes. Bai Lishan left bitterly. Gao Xianji sat alone in the hall, looking in the direction of the royal palace in the distance. At this moment, he felt bitter. Your Majesty, are you still here? Gao Xianji felt pained in his heart. Gao Xianji actually did not believe Qin Tianshan when he said that Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation and would return. His luck was gone, and there was no news of Gu Hai in the world. He was almost 90% sure that Gu Hai was already dead. Only a glimmer of hope supported Gao Xianji to believe that Gu Hai was still alive. However, could he really be alive? The study was already filled with invitations from many factions. Gao Xianji had not seen any of them. This was because Gao Xianji still had some faith. However, this faith was now wavering. It had been 5 years. 5 years. There was still no news of the emperor. The commoners had always said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon. However, it had been 5 years. Some of the commoners did not believe it anymore. Could the emperor still come back? Gao Xianji felt a little disappointed. Gao Xianji turned his hand and took out a few booklets. The booklets had the words Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 Stratagems, and Tian Cun's Art of War written on them. Some books of the art of war that Gao Xianji had never heard of were given to Gao Xianji by Gu Hai. Gao Xianji felt as if she had received a treasure and was very grateful. Seeing these booklets of the art of war, Gao Xianji felt as if she had seen Gu Hai. Gao Xianji had been tempted by Sima Changkong's bewitchment before. However, when she saw these booklets, she suddenly thought of Gu Hai's cultivation of her. In addition to the kindness of recognizing her talent, he also taught her. 5 years? I can't even endure 5 years of the emperor's cultivation. Am I going to betray him? Ha ha ha. Gao Xianji, it has only been 5 years. Are you going to go back on your word? Is the emperor's grace of rebirth only worthy of you remembering him for 5 years? Gao Xianji's eyes suddenly turned red. She clenched her teeth. Ha! Even a pedantic person like Qin Tianshan can uphold his bottom line. How can I, Gao Xianji, not be loyal? Am I not even comparable to him? Your Majesty, I will continue to wait for you. Gao Xianji burned all the invitations from the various factions in the study. She did not receive any invitations from any faction. Similarly, she did not reject any faction. Chapter 728. Boundless celestial capital, Mo Yike's residence. Mo Yike sat by the pond in the courtyard. He held a fishing rod in his hand and caught the fish in the pond. Beside him was a go board with 31 lines. The fish nibbled at the bait continuously. Pulling the line now was the easiest way to catch the fish. However, Mo Yike did not move. He just smiled as he watched the fish spit out the hook. It wasn't until the fish finished eating the bait that Mo Yike lifted the hook and put the bait back into the water. At this moment, the white-clad Qin Zibai walked over slowly. "Milord," Qin Zibai said respectfully with a complicated expression. "Zibai, there are no outsiders here. There is no need to be reserved. Come, accompany me fishing," Mo Yike said with a smile. "Milord, earlier, Sima Changkong came to visit, but I refused to let him in," Qin Zibai said respectfully. "Sima Changkong?" "Ha!" His father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed the Long Zhanghua. Now, the Deqian people hate him to the bone. How dare he follow Takashi Ryushin? Mo Yike said with a smile. "Milord, earlier, when the other factions sent people, it was fine if you refused. Now, Sima Changkong came. Why did you refuse to let him in?" Qin Zibai asked somewhat unwillingly. Mo Yike turned his head and looked at Qin Zibai. "Zibai, are you thinking of leaving the Han dynasty? Before my father passed away, he told me to follow Milord. I am slow-witted, but my father definitely would not harm me. Wherever Milord goes, I will go. However, the Emperor is already dead. I just feel that it is not worth it for Milord." Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. "Why is it not worth it?" Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. "Isn't it that useless Qin Tianshan? He is extremely pedantic. My Han dynasty is besieged on all sides, but he wants to be a coward and not let others do anything. How can he be conferred the title of Tianshan King? How can I be superior to Darren?" Qin Zibai said unwillingly. Mo Yike shook his head. "You're wrong. His Majesty's decision is correct. Ah. The Han dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Do you really think that sending troops to defend against the enemy is enough? Ha, it's not that simple. If His Majesty was in court, all of this would be fine. But now that His Majesty isn't here, the hearts of the people are scattered. Once the troops are sent out, they might not be able to return." Mo Yike said in a low voice. "Ah." Qin Zibai was slightly stunned. "The more troops we send, the faster the Han dynasty will scatter. Even though the Han dynasty is being attacked from the front and the back, Qin Tianshan is still able to preserve most of his strength," Mo Yike said solemnly. Really? Qin Zibai asked in a strange tone. "Your Majesty is really good at judging people." Qin Tianshan was cowardly, afraid of trouble, and extremely pedantic. I knew that these were all flaws. However, they were great advantages for the Han royal dynasty. Due to Qin Tianshan's cowardice, he would not do anything rash. He does not know if his next step will be dangerous. He would rather not leave. Mo Yike sighed softly. Even if Milord says that Qin Tianshan can preserve the Han dynasty for a longer time, His Majesty is no longer here. Milord, what is the point of continuing to defend? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike raised his head and looked at the sky that had lost its luck and was now covered with dark clouds. He sighed slightly. Indeed, if Gu Hai died, what was the point of continuing to defend the Han dynasty? What was the point of defending for a long time or a short time? With Mo Yike's intelligence, he naturally saw through Qin Tianshan's thoughts. However, the more he saw, the more he felt that Gu Hai had no chance of surviving. Mo Yike didn't feel good either. Milord, previously, you told me that a great calamity might befall the boundless celestial capital. Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike nodded. Why is that? Qin Zibai asked. After the Deqian Empire was destroyed, its territory fell into chaos. Hence, it did not pose much of a threat to us in the past 5 years. However, in the end, Long Zhanggua died at His Majesty's hands. The people that Dragon Goding brought back saw it clearly. Long Zhanggua. Do you know how many loyalists he had? The Deqian Empire's territory gradually stabilized. Those factions and clans that were loyal to Long Zhanggua in the past will definitely shift their hatred to my Han dynasty. The Great Wu Celestial Empire sending troops is just the beginning. After that, there is still the Great Ing Empire and the surrounding factions eyeing us covetously. Ha! Mo Yike said bitterly. My lord, since that is the case, why are you still staying here? Right now, all sides are trying to recruit you. It is time for you to wait for the right price. His Majesty is no longer here. My lord, you have to plan for your own future. Even if it is not for yourself, you have to think for those who follow you. Qin Zibai said. Mo Yike put down the fishing rod and looked at the chessboard at the side. This was the chessboard that Gu Hai had left for him. 31 heavens and earth chessboard. After Gu Hai comprehended it, he did not hide it and passed it to Mo Yike. Looking at this chessboard, Mo Yike felt extremely grateful to Gu Hai. In these 5 years, Mo Yike had gradually comprehended the 31 chessboard. However, even after comprehending it, Mo Yike was even more reluctant to part with it. My lord. Solemnly, Qin Zibai bowed and requested. His Majesty is dead. Mo Yike was even more certain of this. However, even though he was certain, Mo Yike still felt the most uncomfortable. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Why? Qin Zibai asked, feeling confused. In this world, I only submit to His Majesty. Those factions are not qualified for me to submit to them. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Yes. Qin Zibai sighed inwardly and nodded. Although Mo Yike was not willing to interact with outsiders, he did not reject them. This made Qin Zibai feel much more at ease. At the very least, Milord was not as stubborn as Qin Tianshan. In the main hall of the embroidered uniform guards headquarters in boundless celestial capital, Montez sat in the main seat. 2 rows of embroidered uniform guards stood around him. At this moment, a man covered in blood, who had just been tortured, knelt on the ground. Montez showed a sullen expression as he looked at the man who seemed to have been tortured. Humph. Hong Gang, this Great One has treated you well. You have been following this Great One since a long time ago, and this Great One promoted you. Now, you are the embroidered uniform guard's 10,000-man commander. To think that you dare to collude with the great martial emperor dynasty's people? My lord, this lowly one was helpless. His Majesty has already passed away for 5 years. What is the point of guarding him? Hong Gang complained in dissatisfaction. How presumptuous. Montez glared. His Majesty has only left the court for 5 years. To think that you dare to commit treason and slander him, spreading lies to mislead the public. Men, beat him to death. Montez said while glaring. My lord, don't do that. This lowly one is doing this for your own good. In the past few days, many factions have sent people to invite you. However, you rejected all of them. Chen Tianshan is pedantic. My lord, why are you like this as well? We have followed you for many years, swearing loyalty to you. However, you cannot drag everyone into the fire pit. Our embroidered uniform guard system is only valuable now. Once the various factions divide the Han dynasty, our embroidered uniform guard system will be useless. We will not be valuable anymore. Hong Gang said anxiously. Beat him to death. Montez glared. Yes. A embroidered uniform guard stepped forward and quickly beat Hong Gang with a heavy staff. "Milord, please reconsider." "Milord, I am not wrong. I am not wrong. As long as you are loyal to the great martial emperor dynasty, you will have contributed greatly. You will still have a high position in the great martial emperor dynasty." Hong Gang said anxiously. "Beat him." Montez glared. Boom. 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 After repeated beatings, Hong Gang was finally beaten to death. The other embroidered uniform guards felt fearful and did not dare to say anything. "If you dare to commit treason again, this will be your outcome," Montez said while glaring. "Yes." The embroidered uniform guards shivered and answered. After dragging Hong Gang away, the embroidered uniform guards also withdrew. Montez was left alone in the hall. At this moment, his eyes were filled with madness. He did not know if the emperor was dead. No, it was very likely that he was already dead. The various factions had extended olive branches, but Montez did not accept them. It was not that Montez was very loyal to Gu Hai, but that Montez knew his own ability. His ability was not strong, unlike monstrous geniuses like Gao Xianji and Mo Yike. His ability was too replaceable. Only the emperor appreciated him. The other factions did not appreciate his ability, but the embroidered uniform guard system. As long as he joined a faction, once the embroidered uniform guard system was taken over, he would not be far from death. But if he continued to wait, it would be torturous. "Your Majesty, can you really return?" Montez's eyes flashed with a strong desire. Montez could only regain his high position because the emperor returned. However, if the emperor did not return, could he only wait for death? Or hide his identity and start all over again? The various factions' letters of invitation lay on the table in front of Montez. He read them one by one. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see anyone appreciating his ability. Humph. Montez tossed the letters aside, feeling depressed. Xiaochen wanted to find a wise master, but it was hard to find one. He might as well waste his time here. At the very least, he had a high position and authority now. After the morning assembly, Chen Tianshan returned to his residence. A large number of cities fell in the surroundings. However, Chen Tianshan felt helpless. In the hall, "Liang Yi, are you looking for me?" Chen Tianshan looked at a handsome man before him. "Third grandfather." The man, Chen Liangyi, showed a somewhat awkward expression. "What's wrong? Are you like those people, trying to persuade me to join a faction? The great martial emperor dynasty?" Chen Tianshan glared. No. Third grandfather, I am not trying to persuade you to join a faction," Chen Liangyi immediately said. "Oh. That's good." Chen Tianshan sighed softly. "Liangyi, back then, your father's death attracted the emperor's attention. The emperor treated the Chen nation extremely warmly. Although you are not very capable, the emperor still conferred you a noble title. You should be satisfied. Do not be like those people, always thinking of betraying the nation," Chen Tianshan instructed. Chen Liangyi sneaked a glance at Chen Tianshan. "Third grandfather, I know that you treat me the best. We are also the closest people. However, there are some things that I do not know if I should say. As long as it is not betraying the nation, you can say whatever you want." Chen Tianshan shook his head. "Third grandfather, how could I possibly think of betraying the nation? All of this belongs to my Chen clan. How could I sell it?" Chen Liangyi shook his head. "Huh?" Chen Tianshan's pupils suddenly constricted. He looked coldly at Chen Liangyi. "Back then, I was the one who gave the Chen nation to the emperor in the Han dynasty. Now, third grandfather is the Han dynasty's Tianshan king. Now that the emperor has fallen, third grandfather is the most powerful person in the dynasty. Naturally, you should take back what belongs to my Qin nation. Third grandfather, don't you think so? Qin Liangyi whispered. Impudent. Qin Liangyi, how dare you? Qin Tianshan glared and immediately stood up in anger. Qin Liangyi fell to his knees. Third grandfather, what did I say wrong? Back then, Gu Hai was just a wealthy merchant of my Qin nation. Didn't it all belong to my Qin nation? Third grandfather, now that Gu Hai has fallen, all of this naturally belongs to us. You can also ascend the throne and rule the world. We will regain our nation's destiny, and we will no longer have to fear the four factions. Qin Liangyi shouted anxiously. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Qin Liangyi, you are really crazy. You actually want to swallow the Han dynasty? Ha ha ha! Men! Send Qin Liangyi to the imperial prison. Qin Tianshan glared. Yes. A large number of guards immediately rushed into the hall and grabbed Qin Liangyi. Third grandfather, I am doing this for your own good. For your own good. Third grandfather, this belongs to my Qin clan. Third grandfather, don't. Don't arrest me. Qin Liangyi exclaimed in horror. Qin Liangyi, reflect on your mistakes in the imperial prison first. Humph. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Han dynasty can only be the emperor's Han dynasty. The moment it is no longer called the Han dynasty, it will be the end of the nation. Take him away. Qin Tianshan said with a glare. Yes. Third grandfather. Chapter 729. As time passed, more and more Dahan cities were plundered by the four factions. Reports of defeat reached the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, the Dahan officials were very anxious. Within the Dahan, the citizens felt increasingly uneasy. Did something really happen to the emperor? Otherwise, why did the emperor not appear when so many cities were lost? Every day, there were arguments in the soaring palace hall. The people argued endlessly about sending troops to quell the attacks from all directions. Qin Tianshan endured tremendous pressure every day. If not for his inflexibility and stubbornness, he might have broken down long ago. Every day, he had to deal with the anxious officials and reports of defeat from all directions. Qin Tianshan also felt anxious. However, what could he do? Send troops to quell the rebellion? Indeed, if he wanted to, he could send Gao Xianji. Or send another team to quell the rebellion quickly. The emperor handed the immortal demon army to him. That was an army that could suppress countless wars. However, Qin Tianshan did not dare to do so. He was worried that if he sent an army out, it would never return. Without the emperor, the people's hearts would scatter easily. As long as one army abandoned the Great Han, what followed next would be the collapse of the Great Han Empire. What Qin Tianshan needed to do was maintain stability. He needed to stabilize the Han dynasty, stabilize the Dahan officials, and stabilize everything in the infinite celestial capital. As long as he could stabilize everything, the Han dynasty would not fall apart. Lose the cities? Qin Tianshan could not care about that anymore. Furthermore, as long as the emperor returned, the factions that swallowed the Dahan cities would have to spit them out. Furthermore, they would spit them out several times over. As long as the emperor returned, wait. Just as Qin Tianshan was resisting the pressure from all directions, a figure appeared and disrupted the order in the infinite celestial capital. A large number of Xuanwu surrounded a black-clad man and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Montez, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and the others all walked out of their residences and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza, looking at this black-clad man who suddenly appeared. Greetings, Crown Prince. Countless officials suddenly bowed in surprise. Qin Tianshan's expression changed. Impossible. You're not the crown prince. Montez exclaimed in shock. The man in black was none other than Guqin. Guqin smiled at Montez. Commander Meng, don't you recognize me? The crown prince was killed by Tai Chu. I was not the only one who saw it. Many people saw it. Now, the whole world knows that the emperor was angry because of the crown prince's death. He personally went to the heaven realm to kill Tai Chu. You are not the crown prince, the crown prince is already dead. Montez glared and shouted. When Montez shouted, everyone's face sank. Who are you? You dare to impersonate the crown prince? Chen Tianshan glared. All of the officials were doubtful. Their previous excitement had long disappeared, and they all looked at Guqin with gloomy expressions. Before Guqin could speak, a man in white behind him sneered, "What? The Han dynasty was no longer surnamed Gu? Or do you want to usurp the throne?" Huh? Everyone's expression sank as they looked at this man in white. Prime Fengyu, calm down. I'll do it. Guqin waved his hand. Prime Fengyu. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The silver moon sees Prime Fengyu. Isn't that the Xuanwu race's prime? Chen Tianshan and the others knew that the Xuanwu race's prime had died, and the Xuanwu god possessed Shanghai Hen. Shanghai Hen led the Xuanwu race to become the Han dynasty's nation beast. Unfortunately, the evil Prime Fengyu's consciousness still remained in the Xuanwu god. In the end, it separated from Shanghai Hen's body, giving the Xuanwu race 2 primes. Prime Fengyu. The Sky Chess Pavilion. Meng Tai, do you remember the letter I wrote to you? I don't know if you still remember. Do you remember how I wrote it? Guqin smiled. Huh? Montez was stunned. That letter. The Dahan is in a difficult position. I, Guqin, am Montez. If there are any mishaps, I, Montez, will not allow any small fries to disrupt the order of the court. When my imperial father returns, I will eliminate all evil. Guqin said. Meng Tai stretched out his hand and took out a letter. Then, he carefully read it. As he read, his expression changed. Identical. Also, when you followed me to the solar deity shrine, I spoke with you alone several times. Guqin said one by one. How is that possible? How do you know? Montez looked at Guqin blankly. Montez's blankness stunned the others. Could it be that he was really the crown prince of Guqin? Lord Gao Xianji, I remember that I spoke with you alone before. The first time. Lord Mo, I remember the last time we went fishing together. At that time, I told you. Lord Chen, I remember that when we were mortals, you and I worked together seamlessly. Guqin continued to recall. At this moment, Gao Xianji and the others were shocked. Not a single word was missing. The things that Guqin said were all things that only the two of them knew. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Meng Tai bowed respectfully in shock. Greetings, Your Highness. The surrounding officials also bowed respectfully. Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike frowned slightly. How did you come back to life? Gao Xianji asked curiously. That day, I did die. But fortunately, I received the inheritance of old man Guanqi and was one of the 9 sons of Guanqi. Guanqi's mark allowed me to come back to life. Until today, I have returned to my original state. Today, I have returned. Guqin smiled. Old man Guanqi. Sky Chess Pavilion. Mo Yike frowned slightly. Yes. Guqin nodded. Greetings, Your Highness. May I know why Your Highness has brought the Xuanwu clan here? Mo Yike looked at the large number of Xuanwu behind Guqin. Mo Yike acknowledged Guqin. The surrounding people also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Guqin nodded and looked at Chen Tianshan. Lord Chen, you have worked hard all these years. Although Chen Tianshan was not smart enough to tell if the crown prince in front of him was real or fake, he had learned to read people in the past 5 years. Even someone as smart as Mo Yike could tell that this was Gu Qin, so he could not be wrong. Greetings, Your Highness. Chen Tianshan said happily. It is natural for me to work hard. I am just a little tired. Now that Your Highness is back, it is great. Gu Qin nodded. Yes, I know that Lord Chen has worked hard all these years. However, Lord Chen, don't worry. You can rest now. Chen Tianshan was confused. The Han dynasty is still my father's dynasty. As a son, I have to share my father's burdens. Lord Chen took up the burden of the Han dynasty because he worked hard for the Dahan. I will remember this. Now, you can rest. I will help you take care of the Han dynasty. They are attacking from all directions. It is time to take some of their arrogance. Otherwise, the Han dynasty will be too cowardly. Gu Qin said with a smile. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to quell the rebellion. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to fight the enemy. It is great that Your Highness is back. That is great. We don't have to suffer from those bastards anymore. The warlike officials cheered excitedly. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez narrowed their eyes at Gu Qin. They felt that something was wrong, but they did not say anything. Chen Tianshan's face darkened. Now that the crown prince is back, he wants to seize power. No, the authority of the Han dynasty belonged to the emperor in the first place. The crown prince was the heir apparent. There was nothing wrong with him taking over. However, Lord Chen, do you have any objections? Gu Qin asked with a smile. Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched as he struggled in his heart. After a while, Chen Tianshan took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, you are the heir apparent. Originally, since the emperor is not here, we should listen to you. However, I would like to say this. In the end, you are just the heir apparent. We, the officials, Chen Tianshan said, we, the officials, 3 times. After the 3rd time, all the officials looked at Chen Tianshan, not knowing what he wanted to say. We, the officials, are only loyal to His Majesty. Chen Tianshan shouted. Everyone's expressions immediately turned solemn. The crown prince wants to take over the authority of the Han dynasty. As long as His Majesty agrees, we will do our best to obey. Your Highness, may I ask, do you have His Majesty's imperial edict? Chen Tianshan shouted solemnly. Chen Tianshan's shout immediately suppressed the excitement of all the officials. Indeed, the officials no longer wanted to listen to Chen Tianshan. They had been looking forward to the crown prince's return. Finally, they would not have to suffer anymore. However, Chen Tianshan's declaration that they were only loyal to the emperor made all the officials revert to their original state. Who would dare to go against the emperor's orders? You all want to rebel against the emperor? Chen Tianshan showed a stern expression, and his tone was resolute. Many of the officials wanted to say something. However, as this involved the crime of rebelling against the emperor, they could not say anything. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji also looked at Chen Tianshan in shock. Perhaps they had looked down on Chen Tianshan in the past. However, Chen Tianshan's rejection made the two look at him in a new light. Even the two of them could not display Chen Tianshan's loyalty to the emperor. This was the crown prince. Gu Qin's expression turned sullen. Lord Chen, are you making trouble for no reason? Imperial father is not around, and you hold on to an imperial edict to do whatever you want? This crown prince is the heir apparent of the Dahan. Are you not paying your respects when you see me, or do you want to seize my Gu clan's empire? Gu Qin said coldly. Gu Qin's voice contained a questioning tone. Many of the officials looked at Chen Tianshan doubtfully when they heard that. The imperial edict is the decree of the ruler. Furthermore, I am the Tianshan king that His Majesty personally conferred. My status as a prince is no weaker than yours. Guqin's crown prince, if you are loyal to His Majesty, please guard the limitless celestial capital and wait for His Majesty's return. Chen Tianshan rebutted. Humph. Chen Tianshan, it looks like you really want to seize my Gu clan's empire. Today, this crown prince will represent my father in subduing you, a treacherous official, to restore order to the world. Guqin said coldly. Behind him, Feng Yu slowly released a strong aura that pressed down on Chen Tianshan. At this moment, the countless officials seemed to be divided into two factions, with many of them supporting Guqin. The Gu clan's empire. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to seize the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chen Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had conferred upon him in the past. Then, he glared at Guqin, opposing him. Chapter 730. The Gu clan's empire. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to usurp the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chen Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had given him in the past and glared at Guqin, starting a tit-for-tat confrontation. The moment Gu Hai's imperial edict appeared, everyone's expression sank, turning grave. Feng Yu prepared to make a move. However, in the next moment, Guqin extended his hand and stopped her. The imperial edict was the ruler's decree. Even if it was Guqin, as long as he made a move, he would be rebelling against the ruler. Although the officials supported Guqin, they could not support him more than Gu Hai. No matter how much they supported him, they could not rebel together with Guqin. Chen Tianshan. Tianshan King. Do you know that this crown prince has been supervising the nation for many years only because imperial father heard of this crown prince's death? You have an imperial edict, but so do this crown prince. Guqin smiled as he took out an imperial edict. Your Highness, you do have an imperial edict. However, Your Highness, this is His Majesty's final order. Your imperial edict is from the past and is no longer effective. Hence, I hope that Your Highness will not get involved in this matter and take care of yourself, Chen Tianshan said sullenly. However, this is an imperial edict in the end. No matter what, the ruler is not joking. The ruler's decree is like a mountain. Isn't that so? Guqin smiled. Huh? Chen Tianshan's expression sank. If the ruler is not joking, then this crown prince's imperial edict will always be effective. Various officials, imperial father asked this crown prince to supervise the nation. Various officials, are you willing to respect the imperial edict? Guqin suddenly looked at the others. This lowly official is willing to respect the imperial edict and listen to Your Highness's orders. This lowly official is also willing to listen to Your Highness's orders. A small portion of the officials immediately spoke up, willing to follow Guqin. After all, they had been too disappointed in Chen Tianshan over the years. He was too cowardly. Such a person is not worthy of leading me. However, some of the officials who were already disheartened in the first place agreed. It has been a long time since the Han dynasty has dealt with the opportunists. Chen Tianshan snorted coldly. The official who had just defected to Guqin immediately shrank back, but he did not dare to speak. Guqin looked at Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez. The three of you, If this consort were to once again oversee the Han dynasty, I would like to request the three of you to assist me. Gu Qin looked towards the three of them. Crown Prince. Qin Tianshan's eyes widened. You're starting to poach people. The three of them had great authority in the Han dynasty, and as long as they agreed, Gu Qin would be able to gather almost half of the officials, and they would be able to compete with him. Montez's eyelids twitched. Speaking of which, if Gu Qin was sincere in his invitation, Montez would have agreed. However, Gu Qin was looking at Gao Xianji and Mo Yike with anticipation, so he could only treat it as an invitation. Montez's heart trembled, and he revealed a cold smile. The hint of intimacy he had prepared was instantly erased. Perhaps he did not have great wisdom, but Montez did not lack such petty tricks. Montez did not say anything, but he looked at Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji shook her head. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I only respect His Majesty. I only listen to His Majesty's orders. Gu Qin frowned slightly, but he did not refute Gao Xianji. She was a talented general, and she had 100,000 celestial army under her command. It would not be easy to subdue her. Gu Qin was more interested in Mo Yike, because Gu Qin understood Mo Yike's ability. Lord Mo, the Han dynasty needs a wise man like you. It would be a waste of your talent if you continue to idle around in your residence. Gu Qin looked at Mo Yike. It was as if he was trying to sow discord between Mo Yike and Qin Tianshan. Mo Yike smiled. Your Highness, the King of Tianshan has already made it clear. The Han dynasty is the emperor's, and the Han dynasty does not belong to the King of Tianshan or your Highness. Moreover, it is a pleasure for me to idle around in my residence, and I don't feel that it is a waste of my talent. Mo Yike had rejected Gu Qin. Gu Qin's expression sank slightly. Your Highness, it is my Dahan's blessing that you are still alive. However, if you want to manage the nation again, please wait until His Majesty returns. This old official also wants to hand over my authority. However, this old official is even more loyal to His Majesty. Before His Majesty returns, this old official will not take a step back. Gu Qin said solemnly. Oh. If Imperial Father does not return, you will not let go of the Han dynasty? What if Imperial Father never returns? Gu Qin asked sullenly. How presumptuous. Qin Tianshan glared. How can His Majesty not return? The surrounding officials also burst into an uproar. Humph. Qin Tianshan, stop lying to yourself and others. Also, stop lying to everyone. Imperial Father already fell in Solar Divine Palace. Why do you want to use Imperial Father's name to dominate the Han dynasty? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Gu Qin glared. His Majesty fell. The expressions of the surrounding officials immediately turned unsightly. Speaking of which, when Gu Hai's luck disappeared, all the officials had guessed it. However, no one was willing to accept this fact. Gu Hai was like a spiritual pillar supporting everyone. How could it disappear just like that? No one could take it anymore. Only when Qin Tianshan said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon did everyone find some hope. Even though some people kept saying that the emperor was dead, as long as the person in the highest position, Qin Tianshan, did not say so, everyone thought that those people were just spreading rumors to mislead the crowd. However, the person in the highest position, the crown prince, said that the emperor was dead. Was the emperor really dead? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Qin Tianshan was the crown prince. Would the Tianshan king dare to kill the crown prince to correct the people's hearts? Your Highness, what nonsense are you saying? His Majesty will definitely return. Are you trying to rebel? Rage flashed in Qin Tianshan's eyes. Rebel? Ha 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 ha. What a big accusation. Gu Qin, I am the crown prince of the Han dynasty. The current crown prince is the heir apparent, the Han dynasty's heir apparent. What does the heir apparent mean? Can you explain it to me? Heir apparent? Qin Tianshan's eyelids twitched. The expressions of all the surrounding officials changed. The heir apparent is the reserve emperor. When the emperor dies, the heir apparent can ascend to the throne. He can ensure that the nation does not fall apart or fall into chaos. He can protect the Han dynasty and its eternal foundation. Guqin shouted. How presumptuous! The emperor is not dead yet. Crown Prince, you dare to usurp the throne? Qin Tianshan shouted while glaring. The one who is trying to usurp the throne is you, Qin Tianshan. My father is already dead. Everyone knows that. The luck will not lie. You are using the imperial edict to deceive the officials and the world. Are you trying to change the Han dynasty? Guqin said while glaring. That is to say, Your Highness Crown Prince, you are bringing Prime Fengyu and the Xuanwu race back to the Han dynasty to usurp the throne? Qin Tianshan asked while glaring. The Xuanwu race is the Han dynasty's national beast. It is only there to stabilize the foundation of the Han dynasty. When evil spirits wreak havoc, we should eliminate the national traitor. Today, this crown prince will eliminate the traitor on behalf of my father. Officials, today is the time for you to make contributions. Follow this crown prince and take down the national traitor Qin Tianshan. We will restore the might of the Dahan. Guqin shouted. Yes, the people who sided with Guqin earlier immediately shouted excitedly. However, the other officials were still in shock. They had not recovered from the shock of the emperor's death yet. Prime Fengyu took the lead and instantly grabbed at Qin Tianshan. With Guqin's orders, she needed to eliminate Qin Tianshan immediately so that the other officials would not have a choice. Kill! Prime Fengyu arrived at Qin Tianshan's side in the blink of an eye. Xing! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. A white sword light instantly slashed at Prime Fengyu in the sky. Who is it? Prime Fengyu's expression changed as she struck out with her palm. Boom! The sword intent in the sky suddenly exploded. At the same time, tens of thousands of sword chi charged at Prime Fengyu. Dongfang Bubi, Duguqiubai, Zhang Sanfeng, and Shimen Chuexiue attacked almost at the same time. All of them looked very sharp. Break! Autarch Fengyue shouted. Boom! All the sword intent and sword chi shattered. Although the four experts were strong, they were only from the Middle Heavenly Palace. Prime Fengyu was from the Upper Heavenly Palace. Even so, they were immediately forced back by Prime Fengyu. The four of you, why are you protecting the traitor Qin Tianshan? Guqin asked with a glare. Shimen Chuexiue and Duguqiubai's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng also frowned as he looked at Guqin. Guqin's crown prince, Qin Tianshan, is not the traitor. You are the traitor. I have already seen that hypocrite Yu Buqiuan. Do you think you can fool him? Humph. If Prime Fengyu makes a move on Qin Tianshan again, I will not protect him anymore. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. Huh? Guqin appeared somewhat confused. The four of us will keep an eye on you and kill you. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. How dare you? The Xuanwu clan members immediately glared. Whoosh! Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez quickly shielded Qin Tianshan behind them. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Mo Yike said coldly. Although everyone did not like Qin Tianshan, at this crucial moment, they still stood on his side. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Indeed, only Imperial Father can make you submit. You look down on anyone and any faction. However, I will have to offend all of you today. Guqin said coldly after taking a deep breath. As Guqin spoke, he gently formed a hand seal. Buzz! The ritual array in the sky suddenly shook. Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chueshua, Dongfang Bubi, and Duguqiubai's figures swayed, and they nearly fell over. Guqin had reached out and grabbed a jade-green saber in the air. The saber gave off surging fog, connecting to the ritual array in the sky and controlling the 4 experts. The life entrapment saber? Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Imperial Father taught me how to use the life entrapment saber. Now, these 4 sword cultivators can't help you, Guqin said coldly. Your Highness, we are willing to follow you. Your Highness, we are willing to serve your Highness. Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, we are willing to serve Your Majesty like dogs and horses. Many of the officials immediately surrendered to Guqin. Many of the embroidered uniform guards also turned their backs on Montez, willing to submit to Guqin. This immediately frustrated Montez. Guqin smiled coldly. Just as Guqin was about to continue killing, ha 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 ha. I came at the right time. This is going to be a good show. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky. Everyone looked up. At this moment, they saw a huge flying ship flying over. Several men stood on the flying ship. The one at the front was the former De Qian Marquis Outyen, Long Outyen. He was the son of the dragon god Ing. Long Outyen stood at the top of the flying ship. Behind him on the deck, there were many coffins lined up vertically. Long Outyen. Guqin's face darkened. Don't worry, Guqin. I am not going to fight for the country with you. I only want 2 people, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. I will take them with me. Long Outyen said with a sinister smile. Below, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and the others raised their eyebrows as they looked at this uninvited guest. Chen Tianshan, Guqin, and Long Outyen suddenly entered a stalemate, facing each other head-on. Just as the 3 sides were facing each other. In a restaurant not far from the soaring palace hall, a group of people in black robes stood in the restaurant. They were guarding the 4 corners of the restaurant, looking respectfully at the man in black robes at the very front. This man was none other than Gu Hai, who had rushed back. Gu Hai stood at the window with his hands behind his back. He looked at the dispute in the soaring palace hall's square in the distance. He did not go forward, only narrowing his eyes. The person standing next to him was the black-robed man, Chang Ming. Your Majesty, this is the information I have collected. Now that the Crown Prince of Guqin has changed, do you want to? Chang Ming said respectfully. Let's wait a little longer. Ha, I want to see what other evil spirits there are. Gu Hai smiled coldly. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.